LoveLore Library. Chapter 1068. In the Dutian Beast Blood world, after the blood mark collapsed, the entire world became unstable. Hey, Kirin boy, what are you doing here? Hey, Kirin boy, what are you doing here? Hey, baby sheep didn't like seeing a tent full of injured people, so he snuck out to get some fresh air. He happened to see Dollar walking towards the Dutian blood mark. Out of curiosity, Bobo followed. Dollar found the Kirin King's tomb. When the blood mark collapsed, it created a scary power that was like an earthquake. The Beast King's tomb, which had lost the support of the Beast King's relics, was destroyed. In the middle of a broken wall, Dollar found a stone tablet. That stone tablet was the one Yi Baiming saw when he entered the Kirin King's tomb. It recorded the curse of the Kirins and the celestial fox people. Unfortunately, the last stone tablet was missing. Maybe it was because it had been broken for a long time, or maybe it was for some other reason. It was also because of the lack of this most important part that the golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, almost devoured his most beloved person, Yunxing, on his wedding night. Although Burning Demon allowed Dollar to suppress his anger and live with Yunxing, it also kept him in his Kirin form. Especially in the past few days, people like Shenfeng, Xia Wenqiu, and Qi would covet his woman from time to time right under his nose. Yi Baiming was furious just looking at them. Yi Baiming came to the Kirin King's tomb alone, hoping to find a way to break the curse of the Kirin King. Unfortunately, after searching the entire Kirin King's tomb, Dollar still couldn't find the missing stone. Baby Sheep watched from behind. He wanted to tell Dollar that the Little Master knew the identity of the Kirin boy. Seeing the Little Master's reaction, she didn't care whether the Kirin boy was a man or a beast. But if the Kirin boy was always like this, when could he expect the Little Master to have a Little Master with the Kirin boy? At this time, Dollar's throat moved, and he let out a low roar. Humph. Animals are animals. Their senses are still so sharp. His red hair was like fire. Under the dim sky, Duguxiu appeared in front of Dollar. Mubwa, red-haired monster, why are you here again? When Mubwa Sheep saw Duguxiu, he immediately thought of a violent stalker. Yi Baiming, I didn't think you would become like this. Just from the arrogance and coldness in Dollar's eyes, Duguxiu was 100% sure that this golden magical beast was Yi Baiming. Roar! Dollar was ready for a fight. His back was arched, and the combat aura around him was as bright as the sun. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to fight with you. I'm here to persuade you. Do you want to find a way to return to human form without harming Yunxing? Duguxiu was from the Black Qilin race, so he wasn't surprised that Yi Baiming's true form was a Qilin. He just didn't expect Yi Baiming to be a golden Qilin. A way to return to human form without harming Yunxing. Yi Baiming didn't just want to know. He was willing to pay any price to obtain this method. However, Duguxiu was his mortal enemy, and he liked Yunxing. How could he be so kind as to tell him? You don't believe me. Humph, I know you don't believe me. I can tell you that if He Yao hadn't ordered me to come, I wouldn't have come back. I want you to be like this for the rest of your life. Guarding your woman but not being able to obtain her must feel terrible, Duguxiu said unhappily. Mubwa, red-haired monster, the Qilin boy told me to tell you that guarding her is better than not being able to see her. Dollar can sleep on the same bed as Master every day. Can you? Mubwa Sheep rolled his eyes. Duguxiu's anger was stuck in his throat. He was almost choked to death by Mubwa Sheep's words. Endure it. Why was he venting his anger on these two animals? Duguxiu's self-control was much better than before. He had been ordered by He Yao to find Yi Baiming. In half a day, He Yao and the others would be able to pass through the chaos area and enter the weak area of the Dutian blood boundary. Before that, Duguxiu, who was in charge of the 8 Desolates continent, had been asked to bring a message to Yi Baiming. Roar! Dollar growled again, turned around, and left. Come back, Yi Baiming. Don't you want to know the method? Dugu Xiu didn't expect Yi Baiming to leave without even asking. This kid, whether he was a human or a beast, was so arrogant that it made people clench their teeth. Mubwa, red-haired monster, the Qilin boy said that you are ugly and evil at heart. Your dog mouth can't spit out ivory. Your stomach is full of bad intestines. He can't be bothered to talk to you, Mubwa sheep translated. After scolding, Mubwa sheep hurriedly chased after Dollar. When Dugu Xiu heard this, his eagle eyes glared and he almost rushed up to strangle Mubwa sheep. This damned beast seemed to be born with the ability to anger people to death. Yi Baiming, as long as you fuse with the Qilin King's relic, you will be able to regain your human form. In half a day, He Yao, He Lin Lin and the others will arrive with the second batch of 8 Desolates tribe invaders. He Yao said that as long as you return with him and marry He Lin Lin, you will be able to fuse with the Black Qilin relic. I have already brought the message. What to do is up to you. Dugu Xiu's words echoed in the empty blood-boundary wasteland. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming didn't turn back. Tisk, stubborn. Dugu Xiu frowned. Compared to Yi Baiming, he was more worried about Yunsheng. He Yao would definitely not kill Dugu Xiu in order to find the person who could fuse with the Qilin King's relic. But He Lin Lin was narrow-minded. Once she met Yunsheng, she would definitely kill her. He was He Yao's son and half of the Black Qilin tribe's blood flowed in his body. Fate didn't allow him to stand on the opposite side of the Bakra orcs. After struggling for a while, Dugu Xiu looked in the direction of the Dutian relay station. His figure flashed and he also disappeared. When Yunsheng and Gufeng finished their respective tasks, the moon was already high in the sky. Yunsheng realized that Gufeng seemed to be unhappy the whole day. When she returned to the tent, there was no one inside. It was Blue's turn to patrol tonight. As for Ling He, she had a conflict with Gufeng and she didn't eat or drink these 2 days. Yunsheng was also extremely tired today. Just as she was about to change her clothes and sleep, suddenly, the summoning demon hand and immortal holy grail in her beast language ring made a pleasant sound at the same time. This feeling. Yunsheng raised her eyebrows. She subconsciously lifted the bed. Because it was a tent, she, Ling He, and Sister Lan all slept on the same bed. Under Yunsheng's bed, a black object fell out. It was really it that made the 8 barren divine artifacts in Yunsheng's beast language ring react. Yunsheng was almost excited as she picked up the object. The simple bracelet had almost no magical waves, but Yunsheng still recognized it at a glance. It was the magic bracelet. To be exact, it was an incomplete magic bracelet that was missing a soul stone. Yunsheng had only seen it in Chen Lian's hands before. It was just that during the fierce battle in the Taiyuan castle, Chen Lian accidentally lost this magic bracelet when she died. She didn't expect it to suddenly appear here. Yunsheng naturally knew that the magic bracelet wouldn't appear for no reason. Someone must have left it behind. Chapter 1069. Who placed the magic deity bracelet here? Yunsheng's mind went back and forth, but she still could not figure it out. She checked the magic deity bracelet again and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. Forget it, no matter who placed the bracelet here, it will be beneficial to me. Now that the Bakra orcs are about to invade, as long as the magic deity bracelet is repaired, I believe it will be of great help in the upcoming battle. Yunsheng did not have time to think about who sent the magic deity bracelet. She decided to start repairing the magic deity bracelet immediately. Without further ado, Yunsheng entered the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. She held the magic deity bracelet in one hand and the Enigma stone in the other. She activated the Hellfire of the Fairies in both hands. The Hellfire of the Fairies was one of the purest fire seeds in the world. Under the burning of the Hellfire of the Fairies, the filth on the old and simple magic deity bracelet gradually faded away, revealing its true appearance. The Enigma stone seemed to have been summoned and merged into the bracelet bit by bit. Ding! There was a beautiful and melodious sound that sounded like heavenly music, and a colorful light illuminated the entire Ling Long Beast Pagoda. The magical beasts in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda all exclaimed in admiration. After so many years, the damaged magic deity bracelet was finally repaired under the effect of Yunxing's Hellfire of the Fairies. The Hellfire of the Fairies faded away, and the magic deity bracelet descended gracefully. Yunxing just raised her hand, and the magic deity bracelet automatically slipped onto Yunxing's wrist as if it had spiritual consciousness. Unlike the usual bracelets, the magic deity bracelet's body was not made of gold, silver, or purple gold ores that were commonly used in the continent. The magic deity bracelet's body emitted a dazzling light that was as warm as jade. In the bracelet, if one looked carefully, one could see the magical power flowing inside like a gurgling stream. Once the bracelet was on her wrist, Yunxing felt a strong magical power entering her body. Almost without thinking, Yunxing summoned the Darkness Heavenly Thorn. Inside the exquisite beast tower, black-purple lightning flashed, and dozens of dark heavenly thorns that looked like the roots of an old tree fell from the sky. The momentum was so great that it was like a thunderstorm. Yunxing estimated that the power of these dark heavenly thorns was comparable to a super magic spell. Even a treasure like the exquisite beast pagoda was shaken several times by the dark heavenly thorns with astonishing momentum. Inside, there was a foul atmosphere. The magical beasts in the exquisite beast tower couldn't help but shrink their necks and complain, "Master, if you want to test the divine law bracelet, why did you have to do it in the exquisite beast tower? You scared us to death." Sorry, I also didn't know that after wearing the divine law bracelet, my magical power would suddenly increase by so much." Yunxing stuck out her tongue. Yunxing couldn't be blamed. When the divine law bracelet was in Chen Lianer's hands, it wasn't that powerful. At that time, it was only missing a riddle stone. If Yunxing's words were heard by the mixed-blood master blacksmith brothers of the elf clan, Mo Yin or Master Mo Ku, they would definitely vomit blood in anger. On the continent, all of the master refiners knew that the higher the grade of a magic tool, especially a magic tool like the divine magic bracelet, not to mention the lack of a core soul stone, even if a corner of the bracelet was damaged, the power of the divine magic bracelet would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the divine law bracelet was different from other magic tools. It was a magic tool that boosted all attributes. In other words, the stronger the magic soul, the more attributes the magic soul had, and the more the magic soul could display the true power of the divine law bracelet. Comparing Chen Lianer and Yunxing, the difference between the two was even greater. This is. Yunxing was shocked. After she used the Dark Empyrean Thorn, she discovered that the divine law bracelet had changed. Inside the divine law bracelet, magic flowed like starlight. But in the center of the bracelet, Yunxing saw something like a magic array that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Yunxing's black eyes turned gold. She focused on the magic array with her Shenong eye. The magic runes on the magic array were clearly visible, but they were written in ancient script. Yunxing couldn't read a single word. "Bo, my dear master, no wonder I couldn't find you." "Yeah, Bo, I only left for a while, and you already found something good. This is a magic bracelet with a seal." Bo Sheep and Dollar entered the exquisite beast tower. Bo Sheep jumped forward and looked at the bracelet in Yunxing's hand. Bo Sheep was a world god. As he broke out of his shell and was reborn, he inherited some of the memories and inheritances from the previous world god. He knew much more than Yunxing. With a glance, Bobo determined that this bracelet wasn't ordinary. Bobo, you came just in time. Yunxing wasn't in the mood to ask where Bobo and Dollar had run off to after disappearing for a day. At this time, her mind was attracted by the small magic array in the Divine Law bracelet. Yunxing had never seen such a small magic array. Moreover, the magic array was engraved in the bracelet. Yunxing drew the magic array and showed it to Bobo Sheep. Bobo, can you undo the seal on the bracelet? Yunxing asked. Bobo Sheep could ignore almost all magic arrays. Logically speaking, the seal on the bracelet should be no exception. My dear master, this isn't an ordinary seal. It requires the holder of the bracelet to reach the magic realm required by the bracelet before it will be undone. Bobo isn't a human magician, so he can't undo the seal. As long as master reaches the Divine Law realm, the seal on the bracelet will be undone automatically. There should be a powerful magic hidden inside, Bobo Sheep explained. Yunxing's current strength seemed very strong, but in terms of true strength, excluding her magical beasts, she had yet to reach the Divine Law realm. Even if she had the Divine Law bracelet now and the magic she used was comparable to the magic of an ordinary Divine Law, she still couldn't hide it from the Divine Law bracelet. Yunxing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Now, the Bakra Orcs' invasion was imminent. If she could obtain another powerful magic, it would be very beneficial to the boundless world and her personally. However, she immediately figured it out. There must be something unusual about a spell that could only be practiced by an archmage at the level of an archmage. It either required an astonishing amount of magic power, or it had powerful side effects. If she rashly cultivated it without enough cultivation, not only would it not help her, it might even damage her magic soul. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Well, it seems like I can only wait until I have a breakthrough in strength in the future to see if I can check the magic array. After Yunxing said that, she found that Dollar was staring at the Divine Law bracelet on her hand. Dollar frowned. Yunxing might not have noticed, but Dollar found a trace of a scent that he hated on the Divine Law bracelet. It was Duguxio's scent. Chapter 1070. In most cases, men were thick-skinned creatures and their intuition was duller than women's. But in some cases, a man's intuition was more accurate than a woman's. Especially when a man was in a state of jealousy. This magical bracelet was given to Yunxing by Duguxio. Yi Baiming didn't know how Duguxio got the magical bracelet, but at the last moment, he still gave it to Yunxing. Perhaps because he also knew that Yunxing's situation was the most dangerous when Obsidian and the others invaded. Duguxio couldn't get rid of his identity as a descendant of the Bakra Orcs, so he used another way to protect Yunxing. That man still refused to give up on Yunxing. Humph, this king will protect this king's woman. Yi Baiming was inexplicably unhappy. If he didn't know that this magical bracelet was of great significance to Yunxing's cultivation, he would have thrown it as far away as possible. As if she felt the displeasure of the gold coin, Yunxing also felt conflicted. This smelly fox, why is he making such a face for no reason? Bobo, where did you run off to so early in the morning? Bobo, oh no, dear master, Bobo almost forgot the most important thing. Not good. The group of beast men from the 8 Desolates continent is about to attack. Bobo Sheep was reminded by Yunxing and suddenly remembered. The red-haired monster said that the leader of the Black Kirin clan and the other beast men would arrive in the Dutian Blood Realm in the next few days. What? Where did this news come from? Yunxing was shocked. She was only focused on repairing the magical bracelet, and in just half a day, such a big thing happened outside. The red-haired monster Duguxio told us. Bobo Sheep secretly glanced at Yi Baiming, and the latter gave him a look. Yi Baiming had heard Duguxio's last sentence. It had to be said that Yi Baiming was still a little hesitant at the time. However, even though he knew that Yi Baiming would be able to regain his human form after fusing with the Qilin King's soul stone, he was still unwilling to leave Yunxing at this moment. Putting aside the fact that the boundless continent was in danger, Yunxing and the others were risking their lives to fend off the invasion of the Eight Desolates continent. Yi Baiming did not really care much about the boundless world, but he cared about Yunxing's feelings. On their wedding night, Yi Baiming abruptly left, which was a huge blow to Yunxing. This was why Yi Baiming did not dare to reveal his identity. This time, if he left again, with the little wild cat's temper, she would probably never forgive him in this lifetime. Therefore, Yi Baiming decided that he would never obey He Yao's orders and return to the Eight Desolates continent. On the way back, Bobo Sheep and Dollar had agreed that they would only tell Yunxing about the invasion of the Bakra orcs. As for Yi Baiming's method of regaining his human form, Bobo Sheep did not mention a word. Bobo Sheep, who had taken advantage of others, had once again betrayed his master without any integrity. It was not that Yunxing did not expect the Bakra orcs to invade again, but she did not expect it to come so soon. Now, there was no clue about the redrawing of the magic array, but He Yao and the others had already arrived. The news of the second invasion of the Bakra orcs was too shocking, and Yunxing did not notice the unusual relationship between Bobo Sheep and Dollar. Without saying anything, she left the exquisite beast tower and went to look for Ji Rumo, Sister Lan, and the others to discuss this matter. Just as Yunxing was repairing the magic bracelet, Gu Feng finished a day of treatment and dragged his tired body back to his tent. Halfway there, he unknowingly went to Dong Huang Linger's tent. In the tent, under the dim light, a familiar figure could be seen. Gu Feng recognized at a glance that it was Linger's figure. Yunxing and Sister Lan were not there. "Linger, I want to talk to you." Gu Feng mustered up his courage and asked softly outside the tent. Hearing Gu Feng's voice, Dong Huang Linger couldn't help but become nervous. She hesitated for a moment, but still walked out of the tent. The two of them walked towards the empty wilderness. "Gu Feng, I believe that Yunxing has already told you about the matter between you and me." Dong Huang Linger had been looking for an opportunity to tell Gu Feng about her decision. Dong Huang Linger was a person who made a clear distinction between love and hate. Once she decided on something, she would not turn back. Even if she still liked Gu Feng, she would feel very sad when she thought that Gu Feng might have children with her after they separated. However, after knowing that there was no possibility for the two of them to develop, she still chose to let go. She would not tell Gu Feng her true thoughts. She hoped that Gu Feng would be able to live happily. After Gu Feng left her, he would definitely find a woman who was more suitable for him. "Linger, I understand. I won't continue to pester you. I only want to ask you, have I ever been in your heart?" Gu Feng wanted to use a smile to hide his sadness. However, the corners of his mouth were extremely heavy. That smile was even uglier than crying. "Yes, Gu Feng, I have you in my heart. However, there are many other things in my heart. My mother, brother, and the citizens of the Donghuang dynasty, they need me more than you." Donghuang Linger held back her tears. So it turned out that she had him in her heart. However, she had someone more important to protect. Gu Feng had already made his decision. He said gloomily, "Linger, I hope that you can become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Donghuang dynasty." Gu Feng walked away step by step. When he turned around, he saw Donghuang Linger raising her head and looking at the sky. She could hear Gu Feng's footsteps getting further and further away. In order to prevent her tears from falling, Donghuang Linger, who was pretending to look at the stars in the sky, lowered her head. "Gu Feng, you idiot. Don't you know that there are no stars in the sky of the Dutian blood realm? After you left, I became the empress. However, there are no stars in my sky." Donghuang Linger sobbed for a while. When she raised her head again, she discovered that there was something wrong with the sky. What is that? Dong Linger rubbed her red and swollen eyes. In the sky that was less than 1 li away from the Dutian relay station, a huge whirlpool was forming in the originally cloudy sky. Dong Linger recalled that the previous time when the fifth priest of the beast god altar appeared in outer space with the beast soldiers, a similar whirlpool also appeared. However, the whirlpool this time around was much bigger than the whirlpool that appeared when the fifth priest appeared. Not good, the Bakra orcs are here again. Dong Linger anxiously ran back to the campsite without caring about her sadness. When Dong Linger returned to the campsite, Yunxing had also arrived at the main tent. The two of them found their sister Lan almost at the same time. Senior sister. Not good, a whirlpool has appeared in the sky. Sister Lan, the Bakra orcs are about to invade. We have to quickly prepare. Sister Lan saw Yunxing and Ling Er. The two of you have finally returned. Good news, we have already found a way to rebuild the magic formation. Only now did the three of them hear each other's words clearly. Chapter 1071. Yunxing, Ling Er, what did you say? The Bakra orcs have already invaded. Sister Lan had also just received the news. Xia Ximing had already found a new magic array to replace the Dutian blood seal. However, it would take some time to draw the magic array. During this time, they needed someone to help guard the periphery of the Dutian blood seal to prevent any magical beasts or enemies from entering. Sister Lan immediately went to look for Yunxing and Ling Er to tell them the good news. However, she couldn't find them even after searching the entire campsite. She didn't expect that after they appeared, they would bring the news of the Bakra orcs' invasion. Sister Lan hurriedly brought her people out of the tent and looked in the direction that Dong Ling was pointing at. Indeed, in the sky, it was like the sea before a storm. The originally calm sky was now filled with turbulent clouds. Within the clouds, there were faint black flashes of lightning. With such a strong wave, it could be seen that someone was forcefully breaking through the barrier between the 8 wastelands and the boundless continent. The other party's strength must be very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to open the barrier with such brute force. The fifth priest had only used space-time magic to bring a small group of people into the Dutian blood realm. It could be predicted that once the barrier was successfully opened, it would likely form a permanent flaw in the barrier. By then, the people from the 8 wastelands would be able to invade the boundless continent. The boundless continent would be facing a disaster. Sister Lan had already passed the news to Elder Ximing, Xia Wenxu, Divine Wind, and the others. When everyone arrived, there was another black flash of lightning rolling across the sky. The vortex was getting bigger and bigger, and there was a possibility that it could be broken through at any time. The situation is urgent. The original plan must be changed. We have to make 3 preparations now. Xia Wenxu frowned as he looked at Elder Ximing and Yunxing. Xia Wenxu's suggestion was to divide the manpower in the Dutian relay station into 3 groups. One group would escort the civilians who were still being treated in the relay station and some injured magicians and warriors out of the blood realm. Xia Wenxu hoped that this group of people would be escorted by Divine Wind and his elven warriors. This was because the elven warriors were the fastest and had the strongest discipline among all of them. Divine Wind pondered for a moment and looked at Yunxing. The latter nodded. Only then did Divine Wind agree with Xia Wenxu. The other group was in charge of ambushing the Bakra orcs that could invade at any time. Sister Lan, abandon, and I can fight. I have beast soldiers and I can summon demonic beasts to fight. More importantly, I have fought with the Bakra orcs before. I have more experience, Yunxing said firmly. Xia Wenxu wanted to say something, but his eyes suddenly fell on Yunxing's arm. he was slightly startled. He remembered that Yunxing originally only had one bracelet on her arm, but today there was another bracelet. That bracelet, then I'll leave it to you. We will hand over most of our forces to you. As for me, Gu Feng, and Elder Si Ming, we will be in charge of entering the Dutian bloodstains. Xia Wenxiu was touched by Yunxing's resolute gaze and agreed to Yunxing's request. Gu Feng. Why does Gu Feng have to enter the Dutian bloodstains with you? Yunxing was surprised. She originally wanted to suggest that Gu Feng and Divine Wind evacuate together. After all, he was a light magician. It would be easier for him to take care of the injured if he evacuated with the civilians. Although the Dutian bloodstains had collapsed, it was still the Beast King tomb of the 8 great beast clans. It was possible that the Bakra orcs would be the first to invade. Therefore, the location of the Dutian bloodstains was still very dangerous. Blue should have already told you that we have found a new magic array to replace the original Dutian bloodstains. The most important part of this new magic array is Gu Feng. He has to enter the Dutian bloodstains with us, Xia Wenxiu explained. Just now, the situation was urgent. Sister Lan only said that she had found a way, but she didn't say that Gu Feng was also involved. Gu Feng, you still hid such a big thing from us, Yunxing teased Gu Feng. Dong Huangling also looked at Gu Feng. Normally, if Gu Feng received such praise, he would definitely grin foolishly. But today, it was unknown whether it was because the task of drawing the new magic array was too difficult or because he just had a conflict with Ling. Gu Feng's expression didn't change much as he forced a smile on his face. Since everyone's tasks have been assigned, let's start the deployment. Gu Feng, you can go with Elder Si Ming and Xia Si Ming to draw the new magic array. We will wait for your return, Yunxing patted Gu Feng's shoulder. Qi also stepped forward and gave Gu Feng a firm hug. Gu Feng, this time, you will be representing the continent's Magic Elite Camp. If this is successful, I will recommend you to the Magic Elite Camp to become a substitute elder, Sister Lan encouraged Gu Feng. After all, this was the first time Gu Feng took on such an important task alone. Moreover, his partner was a top-tier expert from the Dharma Temple. Looking at his expression, one could see that he was nervous. Everyone had been warned one by one. Only Dong Huangling stood to the side, not saying a word. Gu Feng resisted the urge to take the initiative to say goodbye to Dong Huangling and walked towards the entrance of the tent with Xia Wenxiu and Elder Si Ming. Just as he was about to step out, Dong Huangling couldn't help but shout, Gu Feng, you, be careful. Gu Feng's footsteps paused. In the end, he didn't turn around. He only nodded heavily and walked out of the tent. You really don't want to tell her why you are doing this. You should know that after you leave this time, you might have to stay in the Dutian bloodstains forever. Xia Wenxiu didn't want Gu Feng to have any regrets. When Xia Wenxiu told Gu Feng about his mission, Xia Wenxiu already knew that Gu Feng would definitely turn back. However, he didn't expect Gu Feng to agree so quickly. Some things were destined. The first Dharma god's magic bracelet fell into Yunxing's hands. The weakest person in his prophecy was also the strongest person. No need. I have already gotten my answer. I want my friends and the people I love to be able to live a peaceful life. I will just stay in the Dutian bloodstains. In the future, if there is a chance, they can still come and visit me. Let's go. After Gu Feng left the tent, he felt relieved. He raised his head and looked at the barrier whirlpool in the sky. The determination in his eyes became stronger. After Gu Feng and the others left for the Dutian bloodstains, Yunxing and the others didn't stop. Under the command of Divine Wind, the elf warriors successfully escorted the civilians and the injured out of the Blood Realm. Sister Lan, abandon, there is one thing that I didn't mention in front of others. I have received reliable news that the one leading the 8 Desolation Beast soldiers this time is the patriarch of the Qilin clan, He Yao. Yunxing didn't tell Divine Wind and Xiaowenxiu. Chapter 1072. Before Yunxing told everyone, a few of them had secretly guessed who the 8 Wastelands Beast clan would send this time after the failure of the first attack. Logically speaking, the opponent's strength should not be inferior to the 5th priests. But no one would have guessed that the 8 Wastelands would send He Yao, the leader of the tribe. The people present were all core members of the largest factions in the continent. Ever since the Dutian blood seal appeared, they had used various channels to obtain information about the 8 Wastelands. Among them, there were some clues about the leaders of the Bakra orcs. It was said that the strongest faction in the 8 Wastelands was the Beast God Altar. The 5th priest was from the Beast God Altar. But the Beast God Altar did not move around the 8 Wastelands often. Below them were the Bakra orcs. Although they were called the Bakra orcs, there were more than 8 tribes in the 8 Wastelands. But most of the Beast tribes were attached to the 8 Wastelands. The 8 Beast tribes were divided into Upper Beast tribes, Middle Beast tribes, and Lower Beast tribes according to their strength and territory. Among them, the Black Qilin tribe, which worshipped martial arts, had the largest population and the most fertile land. The leader of the Black Qilin tribe was the second strongest in the history of the Black Qilin tribe, the current Black Qilin king, He Yao. He Yao's strength was second only to the Black Qilin king, Yi Xiu, who had died in the Dutian blood realm. Who would have thought that He Yao would be the one leading the invading army? The news caused the expressions of Lan, Qi, and the others to turn serious. In fact, if not for Yi Baiming, He Yao would not have led the army himself. His main goal was to capture Yi Baiming. In He Yao's opinion, the 5th priest and her corpse soldiers should have conquered the Dutian blood realm by now. Yunxing, how is He Yao's strength? Azura was very cautious. Although she had heard of the strength of the Bakra orcs, she wasn't sure how strong the Obsidian Patriarch was. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win every battle. Blue's question was also the same as Qi, Ling, and the others. I've fought with He Yao before. He's very strong. He's several times stronger than any opponent we've encountered so far. I'm guessing he's at least a peak martial god. Yunxing smiled bitterly. The peak of the martial god realm. Everyone was silent. The Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Fang, and the Grand Emperor City Lord had fallen. In the boundless continent, there were only a handful of god-level existences left. Besides, He Yao was a peak martial god. With his cultivation, even the 2 elders of the elite camp might not be a match for him. Not to mention, He Yao might have come with the other priests of the Beast God Altar. Just the 5th priest alone was enough to make people anxious. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Although He Yao's strength is very strong, we're not too weak either. I've already obtained the Divine Law Bracelet. In terms of magic, I should be able to compete with He Yao. In order to raise the morale, Yunxing confessed the secret of the Divine Law Bracelet in her hands. The people in front of her were all companions who had been through life and death with her. They were confidants who she could trust with her back to the other party. Yunxing was not afraid that they would betray her. Divine Law Bracelet. When they heard this name, they felt their spirits rise. Their gazes focused on Yunxing's arm. Indeed, there was a crystal-clear bracelet on her arm that contained rich magic elements. It was rumored that after obtaining the Divine Law Bracelet, one would possess strength close to that of a martial god. If that was true, then they might still have a chance to fight against the Black Qilin clan. Actually, I also have something that I'm hiding from everyone. Seeing that Yunxing had confessed, Donghuang Linger felt embarrassed to continue hiding it. One of the 8 barren divine artifacts, Donghuang Qing, has always been hidden in the Donghuang Imperial Tomb. It can absorb the opponent's magic power and turn it into its own. Using it, I can use super magic. She also took out the Donghuang Qing. The two of you hit it really well. Both of you actually have an 8 barren divine artifact. You make it seem like divine artifacts are as common as cabbages. To think that we were searching for divine artifacts all over the continent. Sister Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 2 junior sisters of hers were really impressive. The 8 barren divine artifacts that hadn't been seen in the continent for thousands of years were actually in their hands. Although Sister Lan was angry, she wasn't jealous of Yunxing and Linger. She was originally a simple person. Although she was a little envious of divine artifacts, to be able to gain the recognition of a divine artifact was a kind of opportunity. It couldn't be forced. Thinking up to here, Sister Lan also felt relieved. However, once the 2 divine artifacts appeared, it undoubtedly boosted the morale of the boundless continent side. Yunxing secretly said in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't take out the other divine artifacts on her. Otherwise, Sister Lan would definitely be so agitated that she would strangle her to death. Among the few of them, Sister Lan was the oldest and had the most battle experience. Thus, everyone elected her as the overall commander. Just as Sister Lan was assigning the deployment, there was good news. Yun Sanglang brought a group of hunters with him. They even brought Tycoon Jean. Yuan Shanshan and Yuan Bupo from the Grand Emperor City also came. In addition, people from the continent's Hunters Guild also came one after another. The collapse of the Dutian blood seal only happened 2 days ago. In order to prevent unnecessary panic in the continent, the news had already been sealed. Therefore, everyone's arrival surprised Yunxing and the rest. Second uncle and everyone, why are you all here? Xing, how long are you planning to hide this from second uncle? The invasion of the Bakra orcs is such a big news. As a member of the continent, all of us have the responsibility to participate. Yun Sanglang complained to Yunxing. If he didn't coincidentally contact a hunter who was on a mission near the Dutian relay station recently, he might not have known that such a big thing had happened in the Dutian blood realm. Bupo, why are you all here too? There were hunters in every corner of the continent. Therefore, it wasn't strange that second uncle Yun Sanglang came. However, why were the people from the Grand Emperor City here too? Yunxing, have you forgotten about the divine totem beasts? The 4 divine totem beasts are connected. The black tortoise was the one who told us about the Dutian blood seal. The Grand Emperor City has the responsibility of protecting the continent. Although we can't help much, the Di Hong song can boost the morale of the troops. When we encounter the Bakra orcs, it can also be used to a certain extent. Yuan Bupo looked at Yunxing with adoration in his eyes. Yuan Shanshan saw this and couldn't help but have a headache. This silly little brother. He was the one who pestered their father and said that he must come and help Yunxing. At this juncture, one more person means one more contribution. Leader Yun, Lan Butsai has just been appointed as the overall commander of this ambush. Since you're here, please help us with the deployment. Lan Butsai and Yun Sanglang worked together and quickly came up with a plan. Chapter 1073. Around midnight, somewhere in the Dutian blood realm, a terrifying beast-like roar came from the barrier whirlpool in the sky. Boom! An enormous pillar of light that lit up the sky broke through the vicious clouds in the sky like a meteor and landed at a certain place in bloody sky metropolis Jia. It was a powerful battle energy that tore apart the barrier of the continent. Under the lead of Patriarch He Yao, almost 1,000 black Chilan warriors broke through the barrier of the blood realm that had blocked the Bakra orcs for thousands of years and entered the boundless continent. After more than 20 years, He Yao, have finally returned. He Yao, the patriarch of the Black Qilan clan, had hair as black as night. His wild eyes flashed with the unruliness of a wolf king. The boundless continent carried He Yao's most bitter memories. At that time, he had just become the young patriarch of the Black Qilan tribe and thought that he was the most powerful person in the world. It wasn't until he passed through the barrier of the Dutian blood realm that he realized that both the beast race and the human race were so insignificant in front of such a powerful barrier. It was also from then on that He Yao realized that he wasn't strong enough. He met Li Qingqing and Qing Chang in the boundless continent and remembered the former for dozens of years. It was a pity that when he returned to the boundless continent, she had already turned into a soul. When He Yao thought of this, he couldn't help but feel sad. Yi Baiming's mother, Empress Li, was the first woman he met when he was heavily injured. Empress Li was different from any woman he had ever met. Empress Li was only 14 years old that year, the best years of a young girl. She was innocent and didn't know the dangers of the world. At that time, she hadn't met her nemesis, Yi Qingtian. It was undeniable that Empress Li was beautiful, but He Yao didn't like her because of her beauty. She was very special. He Yao still remembered that when he was in danger, that woman dressed in men's clothing called out to him softly. Her slender fingers brushed against the blood on his body, and she fed him the clear water. He opened his eyes and saw that the woman was as quiet as the moon in the sky. Her eyes seemed to be filled with stars, so beautiful that it made people think that she was an illusion. The moment He Yao saw her, he decided that he had to get his hands on this woman. Unfortunately, when He Yao woke up, Empress Li had already settled him down in a village. She and the merchant group had already left. At that time, He Yao did not even know her name. When he saw Empress Li again, she was already married. She was the Empress of Zhou State. However, her man had found He Yao. At that time, He Yao was overjoyed. He forced Yi Qingtian to use Empress Li in exchange for the support of the Black Qilan tribe. He got what he wanted and got Empress Li's body, but he couldn't get her heart. After that, he suddenly received news that his father had passed away and that the Black Qilan tribe had fallen into chaos. In a hurry, he returned to the Eight Desolates continent. He had been gone for more than 20 years. Empress Li was dead, but she and her son, Yi Baiming, had inherited Li Qingqing's personality. He Yao heard that Yi Baiming had inherited his mother's outstanding looks. Perhaps bringing Yi Baiming back to the Eight Desolates continent was a kind of compensation for He Yao. He just wanted to prove to Empress Li that their son would eventually return to the Eight Desolates continent. Breathing in the familiar yet foreign air of the boundless continent, He Yao couldn't help but roar at the sky. Behind him, the 1,000 beast soldiers and He Linlin all half knelt. The Black Qilan tribe swears loyalty to the tribe leader. The tribe leader's divine might shakes the boundless continent. The major tribes of the Bakra orcs had received orders from the beast god altar at almost the same time to attack the boundless continent. Other than the Black Qilan tribe leader, the other tribe leaders did not personally lead their troops. However, each tribe had sent their elites. However, these elites were still not as disciplined as the Black Qilan warriors. They only used half the time of the other tribes to arrive at the boundless continent. I wonder if Duguxiu passed on father's orders to Yi Baiming, He Linlin said from the side. They had invaded the Dutian blood realm overnight. When the Qilan tribe's elites had arrived, they had caused a huge commotion. However, such a huge commotion had not attracted the humans. It seemed that the fifth priest had already occupied the Dutian blood realm. It seems that Yi Baiming is still stubborn. Otherwise, he would have come with Xiu to welcome us. He Yao was displeased. Yi Baiming was really stubborn. 3 years ago, due to the urgent situation, he had only used the Phantom Hand to come to the boundless continent. The Phantom Hand could only unleash a portion of his strength. This time, he had personally come to the boundless continent. Other than Yi Baiming, he wanted to take down the boundless continent. Lin Lin, what was the name of the woman who shot my phantom hand with an arrow last time? He Yao still had an arrow wound on his hand. Last time, he had been paying attention to Yi Baiming and did not notice who the woman who had attacked him was. This woman was said to be a remnant of the celestial fox. She had a foxy face and caused the two brothers, Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu, to turn against each other. This time, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill that woman. Yun Sheng. She is from the Zhou state. After Yi Baiming transformed into his beast form, that woman used the identity of the Prince Regent to take charge of the Zhou state. This woman is not only good at seduction, she is also very ambitious. He Lin Lin added fuel to the fire. The Celestial Fox clan is dissolute by nature. This kind of bitch deserves to be killed. He Yao frowned and his killing intent towards Yun Xing intensified. Father, we have already arrived at the boundless continent. What should we do next? He Lin Lin looked at the vast blood boundary plains. After the blood seal collapsed, the evil aura here became much stronger. The roars of the blood cloud beasts could be heard everywhere. In the distant Dutian relay station, a dim light flickered. Everything looked very peaceful. It was too peaceful. It was so peaceful that it felt like a storm was coming. Father, should we go to the Dutian relay station and meet up with the fifth priest first? He Lin Lin asked. No, just send a small group of people to the Dutian relay station. We will go to the Qilin King's tomb first. The Qilin King's tomb is the sacred ground of the Black Qilin clan. Before a big battle in the past, the Qilin clan must have paid respects to their ancestors. He Yao's dark eyes were deep. The collapse of the Dutian blood seal meant that the Black Qilin King's tomb must have been severely damaged. That woman, the fifth priest, had always thought highly of herself. Moreover, the beast god altar that she was in had always been above the 8 major beast tribes. He Yao had long been dissatisfied with her. However, the beast god altar's high priest was so powerful that even He Yao had to be wary of her. He Yao would never agree to listen to that woman, the fifth priest. Thus, He Lin Lin picked out 100 Black Qilin warriors and went to the Dutian relay station first. The father and daughter pair then led the rest of the people to the Dutian blood seal. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, and tips. Chapter 1074. The 100 Black Qilin warriors that He Yao had sent to the Dutian relay station flew in unison towards the Dutian relay station. In the night sky, they were like countless black-winged bats, only letting out rustling sounds in the night wind. Outside the Dutian relay station, a few magic illumination arrays emitted soft light, driving away the blood cloud mosquitoes that were wandering nearby. Many Beast Corps soldiers were either patrolling or standing at the entrance of the relay station. Everything seemed to be in order. When the 100 Black Qilin warriors landed, they cautiously looked at the relay station. Seeing the corpses of the beast soldiers, the leader of the Qilin team sighed in relief. Just as Patriarch He Yao expected, everything went well with the fifth priest. Let's go forward together. The leader waved his hand, and the Qilin warriors filed forward. The Black Qilin warriors didn't notice that near where they landed, several heads suddenly popped out from beside a few protruding rocks. Yun Sheng, they really fell for it. Ling whispered. Because they didn't know how many people the Black Qilin tribe would send, and whether Patriarch He Yao was among them, Yun Sheng and the others didn't plan to meet force with force. The fifth priest had died, but at that time, she did not have the opportunity to use the soul explosion technique like the first summoner. Therefore, Yun Sheng predicted that at this time, whether it was the beast god altar or the people of the other 8 desolate tribes, none of them knew that the fifth priest had died. This was a good opportunity worth taking advantage of. Yunxing used the corpses of the beast soldiers that were already under her control to order them to wander around the Dutian relay station, creating the illusion that the fifth priest had successfully taken over the Dutian relay station. The hunters, warriors, and magicians in the Dutian courier station were already scattered around the courier station. They were only waiting for the Black Qilin clan to barge in before launching a surprise attack. The number of people seems wrong, there are only about 100 of them. Among those Qilin warriors, there are no experts whose strength surpasses the martial emperor realm. With the help of Shenong's eye, Yunxing could see clearly even in the dark night. The Black Qilin warriors heading to the Dutian relay station were all wearing heavy Qilin helmets. Their eyes were bright, and most of them were at the martial sage level. As expected of the Black Qilin clan, their elite warriors were all martial sages. Everyone could not help but think to themselves that it was fortunate that they were the ones who discovered this group of people. It should be known that on the boundless continent, even if a few great countries were gathered, they might not have as many martial saints as the Black Qilin tribe. One could imagine how big the gap between the boundless continent and the Eight Desolates continent was in these 10,000 years. The more this was the case, the more determined everyone was to eliminate these Black Qilin warriors and revive the Dutian blood realm. Yunxing's gaze passed through the 100 over people and quickly discovered something. He Yao was not among them. Although he had never seen He Yao before, He Yao's strength was clear at a glance. The leader was 2 meters tall and had a heavy sword at his waist. However, in terms of strength, he was at most a martial grand emperor. He was far from the legendary peak martial god patriarch He Yao. There are only 2 possibilities. Either He Yao has not arrived and sent this group of people to scout ahead. The other possibility is that He Yao has split into 2 groups and gone to other places. Sister Lan voiced her concern. Everyone's heart sank. If it was only the first possibility, it would be fine. However, if it was the second possibility, then it was not good. He Yao was a cunning old fox. If he had split into 2 groups, where else could he go? It could only be the Dutian blood realm or other places in the boundless continent. We have to end this quickly. If He Yao really goes to the Dutian blood realm, I'm afraid Gufeng and the rest will be in danger. Yunxing wiped off cold sweat. Ji Remo and Chang Si-ming were very strong. However, if they were to go against He Yao, it would not be so optimistic. Just as Yunxing and the rest were talking, the Kirin warriors walked towards the Dutian relay station. Isn't Gufeng in danger? No, Yunxing, we have to save them. Dong Huangling was shocked. How about this? Yunxing, you, Ling, and Abandon go to the Dutian blood realm first. Leader Yun and I will be responsible for eliminating the Kirin warriors in this area. Lan was also very worried. Gufeng and the other 2 were responsible for drawing the new Dutian blood realm. Their safety was more important than anyone else's. Yunxing had a large number of demonic beasts under her command. She also had the magic bracelet, dollar, and tyrant gold. Dong Huangling also had Dong Huangqing, Abandon, and Little Green. If they went together, even if they couldn't kill He Yao, they could delay him for a while. When the new Dutian blood realm was completed, they could defeat He Yao and the rest. Yunxing thought for a while and felt that this was the only feasible plan. The few of them quietly went towards the Dutian blood realm. On the other side, hundreds of Kirin warriors had already arrived at the relay station. Brothers, we are the subordinates of He Yao. We are here to help the 5th priest. The team leader stepped forward. After a while, the bull beast soldiers did not answer. I almost forgot that these are the 5th priest's beast soldiers. They are all zombies. How can they answer? The team leader patted his head and mocked himself. Hence, he walked towards the relay station with the 99 Kirin warriors. The relay station's door was tightly shut. The team leader pushed the door open. In the brightly lit relay station, the moment the team leader pushed the door open, there was a sudden roar. It turned out that Blue and the others had already set up a large number of magic arrays in the rooms of the Dutian relay station. These magic arrays were all set up with restrictions. They were like ticking time bombs. As soon as someone broke in, they would explode instantly. The warriors of the Black Chelan clan were ferocious, but they were all warriors and knew little about magic arrays. Plus, they saw the corpses of the beast soldiers and naturally thought that the Dutian relay station was under the control of the fifth priest. That was why they fell for it so easily. Many violent magic arrays, such as thunderstorm, fire, and earth spikes, were instantly detonated. The Dutian relay station was suddenly set ablaze. Many of the Black Kirin warriors who were caught off guard were hit by the thunderstorm and split into two. Some of them were covered in fire and turned into flaming men. As they rolled, they were pierced by the sharp earth spikes. "Oh no, we've been ambushed." The team leader was furious. Behind him, the beast soldiers' corpses under the fifth priest's control waved their heavy axes and chopped at the Kirin warriors who were not attacked by the magic arrays. The bull beast soldiers' corpses were very powerful. Their heavy axes chopped a few Kirin warriors in half as if they were firewood. The team leader shouted angrily. His black Kirin battle aura was dense like dark clouds covering the sun. He rushed forward and grabbed a bull beast soldier's corpse with one hand. With a roar, he channeled his fighting aura into his arms. His arms were like iron bars. ***** with two sounds of blunt weapons entering flesh, the arms of the Black Chelan squad leader directly pierced through the chests of the two bull corpses. The black-colored blood of the corpses instantly spilled onto the ground. Chapter 1075. This Black Chelan squad leader was the only martial emperor among all the Black Chelan warriors. After he killed the two barbaric bull beast soldier corpses, he took a closer look and discovered that the barbaric bull beast soldier corpses had a golden eye-shaped brand on their foreheads. This mark was clearly not the fifth priest's unique mark. Could it be? The fifth priest had met with an accident and her corpses were being controlled by someone else. There was actually a corpse sacrifice more powerful than the fifth priest in the Wuji continent. The Black Chelan squad leader was shocked. Charge! Defend the Wuji continent and destroy the Bakra orcs. Many sorcerers and warriors rushed out from all directions. Lan He and Yun Sanghai rushed to the front. The two of them flanked the Black Chelan squad leader from the left and right. Dozens of miles away from the Dutian relay station, Yun Sheng led a few people in the direction of the Dutian relay station. Behind them, a ball of magic light suddenly lit up and then returned to normal. Looks like Sister Lan and the others have already made their move. We have to speed up too. Yun Sheng stopped and stared for a moment. Yun Sheng, look at the sky. Chi was surprised. Looking up, they saw a huge hole in the blood-red sky that was originally covered by a vicious aura. It was like a murderer who had lost all his teeth, opening his mouth and laughing maliciously at everyone. That was the blood cloud hole left behind by the Black Chelan clan after breaking through the enchantment. The hole was still expanding. Looking at the size of the hole, at least hundreds to thousands of beast soldiers had poured into the blood realm. It's too dangerous to keep this thing. What if the other 8 Wastelands beast clans take advantage of the situation and enter? Just as he finished speaking, a gurgling sound came from the blood cloud cave. The clouds began to churn again, as if something was about to break out of the cave. Could it be that when it rains, it pours? Is there really an invasion by other beasts? Yun Sheng grumbled in her heart. It was a matter of urgency now. If the other party came with more powerful characters. Boom, another flash of light landed. Yun Sheng and the others retreated to the side. But this flash of light was much weaker than when He Yao and the Black Qilin clan broke through the enchantment. Chi Muguan of the Boss Serpent clan appeared in front of them with a few hundred Boss Serpent warriors. Young clan leader, we have arrived at the Blood Realm. But looking at the situation, someone has already entered the Blood Realm. It should be the Black Qilin clan. After Chi Muguan learned of his sister's death, he had been plotting to go to the Boundless Land to avenge her death. Chi Muguan was the first to enter the Dutian Blood Realm. He was the first to enter the Chaos to enter the Blood Realm. To enter the Chaos region first in the Blood Realm. But there was Chi Lead in Blood, Qilin the Blood Qilin Blood Qilin the Blood Qilin Blood. But there were benefits to being slow. The entrance to the Blood Realm opened by He Yao and the others allowed Chi Muguan and the others to enter the Blood Realm effortlessly. The warriors of the Boss Serpent clan were different from the strong Black Qilin clan. Their warriors were mostly magicians. Most of them were tall and alluring male and female magicians. Yun Sheng had only met Chi Muguan once before. But she still had some impression of him. Hiss. There are humans. Chi Muguan also noticed Yun Sheng and the others. Chi Muguan looked similar to his sister, Chi Bai. He looked like a girl and had a pair of narrow eyes like bamboo leaves. That old woman, Lin Yun, what's going on? Why are there humans in the Blood Realm? Chi Muguan looked at the young magicians arrogantly. When his gaze swept past Dong Huangling, Er's face, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. You killed my sister, Chi Bai. After saying that, Dong Huangling, Er's magic soul, suddenly appeared. An emerald soul snake that was the size of a little finger attached itself to Dong Huangling, Er's magic soul. Chi Muguan raised his hand. That emerald soul snake flew into Chi Muguan's hand like lightning. The soul snake hissed a few times at Chi Muguan. Its eyes were filled with hatred. After saying that, the little soul snake turned into a strand of magic power and disappeared. Yun Sheng and the others were shocked. Later Qin's Madame Chi Bai was killed by Ling Er. Only Gufeng and Dong Huangling knew about Madame Chi Bai's death. But the two of them didn't expect that Madame Chi Bai would leave behind a warning. It turned out that the Boss Serpent clan was very mysterious. Madame Chi Bai was killed by Dong Huangqing's godly power. She died under Dong Huangling, Er's super magic. She died with hatred. At the last moment of her death, she used the soul snake's power in her magic soul to hide in Dong Huangling, Er's magic soul. As long as Dong Huangling, encountered someone from the Boss Serpent clan, the little soul snake would tell the truth to the Boss Serpent clan and avenge Madame Chi Bai's death. Earlier, Chi Muguan had always thought that his sister, Madame Chi Bai, died under the hands of Duga Xiu. He didn't expect that his sister, Madame Chi Bai, died under the hands of a female mage. I was the one who killed her. Madame Chi Bai used her soul snake to kill my elder brother, turning him into an idiot. She and I have an irreconcilable enmity. It is only right for me to kill her. Dong Huangling had a stern expression on her face. Even if she had to face the revenge of the Boss Serpent clan, she still didn't have the slightest bit of regret. Yun Sheng, this is my matter. I won't drag everyone down with me. You all go to the Bloodstains first and save Gufeng and the others. Dong Huangling wasn't willing to drag everyone down with her because of her hatred. Yun Sheng's brows were tightly knitted. Yun Sheng, our opponent has a lot of people. It's better for us to use our Di Hong Song to fight in a group. Bring your demonic beasts and abandon and enter the Bloodstains first. Leave this place to us and Miss Ling Er. Yuan Bupo could tell that Yun Sheng was in a difficult position. Time was of the essence. If they delayed for 15 minutes, Gufeng and the others who were in the Bloodstains of the Dutian would be in greater danger. However, even if Dong Huangling had Dong Huangqing's help, it would still be very difficult for her to fight against so many boss serpent warriors. Then, I'll leave it to you all. Yunsheng could only make such arrangements. She held on to Ling Er's hand and rushed towards the location of the Dutian bloodstains together with abandon. I heard from the Soul Snake that you still have the 8 Baron Divine Artifact, Dong Huangqing. Fine, today, I will take revenge for Qi Bai and destroy the 8 Baron Divine Artifact while I'm at it. Qi Muguan laughed loudly. Their opponent's group actually dared to split up. Right now, there were only 3 of them. On the other hand, the Boss Serpent clan had close to 500 people. Although their individual strength might not be able to defeat their opponent, it was more than enough for them to kill their opponent. Boss Serpent warriors, shapeshift. Qi Muguan gave out an order. The 500 Boss Serpent warriors simultaneously let out a hissing sound that could make one's scalp go numb. The Boss Serpent warriors who were originally in human form suddenly transformed into half-human, half-snake mages. A magic soul stone was embedded into their foreheads. Chapter 1076. The Boss Serpent tribe was different from the Black Qilin tribe. The warriors of the Boss Serpent tribe weren't as strong as the warriors of the Qilin tribe. However, they had the bloodline of the Boss Serpent tribe. Their ancestor, the Boss Serpent tribe, could summon clouds and summon rain. Looking at Qi Muguan, he had obtained the Boss Serpent King's relic after entering the Dutian Blood Realm's Boss Serpent King's tomb with 7 other descendants of the Boss Serpent tribe. In the past 3 years, he had fused with part of the Boss Serpent King's relic's power. His second inheritance had also been awakened. Collective beastification was his first inheritance. In just a moment, Qi Muguan and the 500 Boss Serpent tribe warriors had all completed their beastification. Their speed was so fast that they were even faster than the beastified warriors of the Boundless Continent. In this way, the magicians had a strong physique that was similar to that of the warriors. In terms of attack and defense, their strength had greatly increased. Looking at Qi Muguan, he was covered in red snake scales. His snake body, which was half a meter thick, was coiled into a ball as he flew in midair. His long and narrow snake eyes were filled with contempt. In his hand, he was holding a cobra magic scepter. And like humans, how dare you look down on the power of the Boss Serpent tribe? Warriors, kill them. Qi Muguan waved the cobra scepter. The 500 Boss Serpent warriors roared as they unleashed all sorts of multicolored magic attacks. Seeing this, Dong Huangling didn't panic. She flipped her hand, and Dong Huangqing appeared in her hand. Ancestor Dong Huang, help me defeat these evil Boss Serpents. The magic wings behind Dong Huangling's back flapped lightly. Her clothes were red like fire, and her bright face was suffused with a holy light. After experiencing many life and death battles, Dong Huangling had become more familiar with using Dong Huangqing. Especially last time, when she was fighting with the Emperor Zhao in red, although Dong Huangling was severely injured, she understood how to use Dong Huangqing even more. Dong Huangqing let out a buzzing sound as he swallowed all the magic attacks in one gulp from his dark urn. I'll let you see what it means to reap what you sow, super magic, hurricane dragon. Dong Huangling chanted. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed, and a hurricane dragon hovered in the sky. So you use this magic to kill Qi Bai. Dong Huangqing truly lives up to his reputation. Seeing how Dong Huangling was able to absorb all of the magic attacks from her side and convert them into her own magic power, Dong Huangqing's magic power. The greed in Qi Muguan's eyes grew even stronger. He stared at the Dong Huangqing in Dong Huangling's hand. If he could obtain this divine weapon, his Baoshi clan would definitely be able to break away from the low-level beast clans and become a high-level beast clan like the Black Qilin clan, the 9 Phoenix clan, and the D clan. He was determined to get Donghuang Qing. Humph, Qi Muguan, are you scared? Then, let me send you and Madame Qi Bai to the afterlife together. Donghuang Ling stood on the head of the storm dragon and waved her hand. The tempest dragon opened its maw, and a torrential downpour of gale-force winds shot towards the boss serpent warriors. Those who look down on my boss serpent clan will die. Great ancestral wizard boss serpent, please give your people supreme magic power. The second legacy of the boss serpent, ancestral magus boss serpent. The 500 boss serpent magi chanted in unison. The magic soul stones on their foreheads all lit up at the same time. Under the guidance of Qi Muguan's power of inheritance, 500 strands of boss serpent mage's power of soul stones gathered together. In the sky, a huge wizard snake that was not any weaker than a giant dragon gradually took shape. The shaman snake's body was several kilometers long, and its enormous body occupied the sky within a radius of several kilometers. Its eyes were as big as lanterns, and the scales on its body emitted a thick bloodthirsty aura. The scariest thing was that on the forehead of this ancestral wizard boss serpent, there was a small black horn that was shaped like a triangle. The ancestral wizard boss serpent was the guardian wizard beast of the boss serpent clan. Its formation was somewhat similar to the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. However, it was not a divine beast. In terms of power, it was slightly weaker than a divine beast. However, in the boundless world, where divine beasts were rarely seen, the power of a wizard beast was enough to destroy an entire country. Needless to say, this was an illusory magical beast that Donghuang Linger condensed using her magic power. When she saw the boss serpent taking shape, Donghuang Linger was secretly shocked. She didn't know why, but when she saw the ancestral wizard boss serpent, she felt that it was somewhat similar to Abandon's pet snake, Little Green. When Abandoned and Little Green fused together, the boss serpent that Abandoned transformed into looked roughly like this. However, before Donghuang Linger could think more about it, the ancestral wizard boss serpent, which was filled with bloodthirsty aura, rolled its body and pounced toward the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. The ancestral wizard boss serpent's huge tail that was covered with hard scales swung toward the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. Donghuang Linger raised her eyebrows. So what if it is powerful? It is just a snake. The difference between a snake and a dragon is like heaven and earth. As if it felt the nightmare dragon's disdain, the ancestral wizard boss serpent hissed angrily, and a stream of venom spurted out from its mouth. Beside the Tempest Nightmare Dragon, wind-type magic elements filled the air. Donghuang Linger raised her hand, and several hurricanes instantly blew away the venom. However, right at this moment, the boss serpent's body swayed and suddenly disappeared within the sea of clouds. Shit, this ancestral wizard boss serpent has the ability to conceal itself. It is not easy to deal with. Beads of sweat appeared on Donghuang Linger's forehead as she carefully observed the boss serpent's actions. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation of cloud energy behind her. The triangular-shaped boss serpent's head suddenly stretched out and opened its mouth. Its venomous fangs fiercely bit down on the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. Donghuang Linger was alarmed. After the ancestral wizard boss serpent bit onto the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's neck, the ancestral wizard boss serpent wasn't willing to let go of the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. The venom quickly spread throughout the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's body. The boss serpent bit onto the Tempest Nightmare Dragon, and the two of them rolled in the sky. Donghuang Linger almost fell down from the sky. After another roll, Donghuang Linger lost her strength and was thrown down from the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's head. Like a falling leaf, her body fell from the sky. Right at this moment, a loud cry of a Luan bird could be heard in the sky, and an ice-blue figure flashed past. Donghuang Linger felt that her body was soft, and she had already landed on the back of the Icefire Phoenix Luan. On the Icefire Phoenix Luan, Yuan Bupo nodded his head at Donghuang Linger. Miss Dong Huang, leave the rest to me. It turned out that Yuan Bupo and his sister were watching the battle from below. Seeing that Dong Huang Linger was about to lose, Yuan Bupo hurriedly made his move. On the other side, Yuan Shanshan was already fighting with Qi Muguan. The ice-fire phoenix Luan had beautiful feathers, and its body was lithe. Its golden beak aimed at the boss serpent's eyes and fiercely pecked down. Immediately, a putrid stench of snake blood spurted out. The boss serpent was in pain, and it had no choice but to let go of the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. Ancestral wizard evil beast, how dare you cause trouble in the boundless land? Let my Grand Emperor family destroy your prestige. After Yuan Bupo finished speaking, a jade flute appeared in his hand. He placed his lips on the jade flute, and the sound of the flute could be heard. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed. Chapter 1077. Dong Huang Linger was sitting on the back of the ice-fire phoenix. She had used up a lot of her magic power in the previous battle. She was also falling from the sky. She was feeling dizzy. She looked at Dong Huang Qing in her hand. It had become dim. The magic power in Dong Huang Qing was also dispersing. I'm still too weak. If this Shen Qing was in Yun Xing's hands, she would be much stronger than me, Dong Huang Linger thought to herself. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a flute. It was like drinking a mouthful of rain during a drought. She felt refreshed. Is this the power of the Di Hong Song? Dong Huang Linger was astonished. Suddenly, her hand trembled. The dim Dong Huang Qing suddenly let out a joyful sound. What was happening? Could it be that the Di Hong Song of the Grand Emperor City had the effect of recovering the 8 Baron Divine Artifacts' divine power? Dong Huang Linger was astonished. She looked at the sky again. The ancestral witch Ba Shizai was injured by the ice-fire phoenix. One of the snake's eyes was filled with blood. Its originally ugly appearance looked even more disgusting. The ancestral witch Ba Shi glared at Yuan Bupo, the ice-fire phoenix, and Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo's flute sound was different from before. The flute sound was clear and powerful. It was like thousands of horses galloping and hundreds of birds chirping. After the Xian family was annihilated in the Grand Emperor City, the Yuan family inherited the Grand Emperor City. Yuan Bupo officially became the young city lord. 3 years ago, after he parted ways with Yun Xing, he worked hard and entered the Grand Emperor's tomb with the power of the Black Tortoise Totem. He cultivated wholeheartedly in the tomb. Finally, half a year ago, he saw the ancient secret of the Grand Emperor's tomb by chance. His Di Hong Song's power improved by leaps and bounds. It was because of this that the Grand Emperor's city lord, Yuan Buku, agreed to let Yuan Bupo go to the Dutian Blood Realm to support Yun Xing and the others. The sound of the flute rose and fell, sometimes like a gurgling stream, sometimes like a river flowing into a river, and sometimes like the east flowing into the sea. When the righteous warriors of the human race heard this, their morale was greatly boosted, and their blood boiled. However, when the Boss Serpent clansmen heard this, they felt that it was extremely ear-piercing. The sound of the flute seemed to pierce into their minds, and they were on the verge of collapse. Obscene music, what is there to fear? Boss Serpent Ancestor, break his flute music. Qi Muguan was entangled by Yuan Shanshan. On the King Cobra scepter in his hand, the King Cobra's eyes suddenly lit up. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of poisonous gas. Yuan Shanshan hurriedly dodged, but Qi Muguan seized the opportunity. Qi Muguan seized the opportunity to leap onto the Boss Serpent's back. Ancestral Witch Ba Shi let out a long hiss, and the scales on its body opened up. From its mouth, streams of venom turned into countless small snakes that shot towards the ice and fire Phoenix Luan. At this moment, the Di Hong Song had reached its climax. Yuan Bupo's right hand's middle finger and index finger suddenly pressed against the body of the flute. Di Hong Song Chapter 9, Sound of Arrival, Sound of War. The sound of the flute suddenly stopped, and a 5 to 6 meter tall divine soldier wearing a silver-white divine helmet appeared in the sky. That divine soldier was awe-inspiring, and his body was surrounded by boundless fighting energy. In his hand, he held a demon slayer long spear that weighed almost 1,000 pounds. The divine soldier received the instructions from the flute music. He stepped on the clouds and held the long spear in his hand. His entire body was like a sharp flash of lightning. With a leap, the long spear in his hand pierced through the thick blood clouds. The sky seemed to have been torn apart. With a sharp metallic sound, the long spear turned into a silver light and directly pierced through the ancestral witch Bashi's throat. In an instant, the blood of the ancestral witch Bashi splattered everywhere. The snake blood splattered like rain, and it fell from the sky to the ground. Bang! When the long spear pierced through the Ba serpent, the long spear suddenly exploded. Countless fragments of the long spear shot towards the 500 Ba serpent mages like countless daggers. The heads of the 500 Ba serpent mages and warriors were hit by the fragments of the long spear. They rolled on the ground, and all of them died. Ah! However, the one who suffered the heaviest injury was Chi Muguan, who summoned the ancestral witch Bashi with his second inheritance. The King Cobra magic staff in his hand exploded. Chi Muguan spat out a mouthful of blood. His magic soul was like a candle flame that was blown by the wind, and it was going to collapse at any moment. Chi Muguan was shocked. He didn't expect that Yuan Bupo would be able to summon such a terrifying divine soldier. The divine soldier that Yuan Bupo summoned possessed the might of a god. It was obviously an item from the realm of the gods. If Chi Muguan continued to delay, his magic soul might be destroyed, and he might not even be able to keep his life. Just you wait. My Ba Serpent clan will definitely not let this go. I will definitely make all of you pay with your blood. Chi Muguan's bloodshot eyes were about to split open as he stared at the 500 Ba Serpent warriors who died in a single strike. Without his subordinates, and with his injuries, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He ran into the blood cloud cave in a sorry state and escaped from the Dutian blood realm. Yuan Bupo heaved a sigh of relief and landed on the ground with Dong Huangling. Thank you, Brother Yuan, Dong Huangling was grateful. She didn't expect the power of the Di Hong Song from the city beyond this world to be so shocking. The power of the divine soldier just now was actually able to defeat Chi Muguan, who had the second inheritance of the Ba Serpent. Miss Dong Huang, you are too courteous. You are Yunxing's good friend. It is my duty to take care of you. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yunxing, I'm afraid I wouldn't be where I am today. Yuan Bupo no longer had the hot-blooded rashness of the past. He only nodded his head calmly. Yuan Bupo wasn't just saying those words out of courtesy. If he hadn't met Yunxing back then, he wouldn't have painstakingly learned the Di Hong Song just because he admired her. What he used just now was the legendary 9th movement of the Di Hong Song. Since the establishment of the Di Hong city, no one had obtained the 9th movement of the Di Hong Song in the Emperor's tomb for thousands of years. Yuan Bupo had entered the Emperor's tomb with the intention of becoming stronger. After almost dying, he finally had the chance to get a glimpse of the 9th movement of the Di Hong Song. However, he didn't expect that the Di Hong Song wasn't an ordinary music score. Instead, it was the 9 imperial seals left behind by the Emperor Huiyan before he ascended and became a god. Unfortunately, although Yuan Bupo heard the 9th movement, he didn't fully comprehend it. He only roughly comprehended 2 of the imperial seals. It was also because of this incomplete Di Hong Song that Yuan Bupo was able to summon the divine soldier from the realm of the gods to defeat the ancestral witch Ba Serpent. Yuan Bupo felt a little regretful. If he could comprehend a little more, the divine soldier that he summoned today wouldn't be as simple as a divine soldier. Oh yeah, Brother Yuan, since your flute music is so powerful, you can help us fight against He Yao, Dong Huangling was excited. No, although the ninth movement of the Di Hong song is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy every time I use it. With my current strength, I can only use it once a month. Moreover, He Yao is different from Qi Muguan. He is a peak martial god. Compared to Qi Muguan, he is tens of times more powerful. Yuan Bupo shook his head. There's no time to lose. Let's immediately enter the Dutian Bloody Seal. Hopefully, we can catch up with Yunxing and the others, Yuan Shanshan reminded the two. The two nodded their heads and flew towards the Dutian Bloody Seal. Chapter 1078. Father, there's movement at the entrance of the Blood World. He Yao, He Linlin, and the others were already near the Dutian Blood Seal. He Linlin's eyelids twitched as she looked up at the sky. Although they were already far away from the entrance of the Dutian Blood World, the sky looked very unusual. The Boss Serpent clan is here, but they seem to have attracted something interesting. He Yao did not turn around, but an unreadable expression flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that there would be an existence on the boundless continent that could defeat the ancestral witch Boss Serpent. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the boundless continent's human race. Just as He Yao was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed something. At this time, the sun had already set and the moon had just risen. Although there was no distinction between day and night in the Dutian Blood World, the sky had become even darker. What caught He Yao's attention was that there was almost no hostility near the Dutian Blood Seal. Even if the Dutian Blood Seal had collapsed, the strongest hostility of the Beast King was sealed in the Blood Seal. Even if the Blood Seal had collapsed, the hostility here should be the heaviest. But now, there was almost no hostility to speak of in this area. On the contrary, there was an aura of light magic here. Lin, don't meddle in other people's business. It seems that someone got here before us. He Yao smiled coldly. The mounds of the 8 wilderness beast kings, which were supposed to be in ruins, were cleaned up in just one day. He Lin was reminded by He Yao and also noticed that there was a force in the Dutian Blood Seal that was constantly strengthening. She could vaguely see that there was a vigorous force in the ruins of the Blood Seal, and the ones who formed this force were the 3 people in the core area of the Beast King tombs. Human race. Why is the human race here? He Lin was shocked. Ji Rumo, Gu Feng, and Elder Si Ming also noticed He Yao and the others. Ji Rumo and the others had just finished drawing the magic array and were waiting for Gu Feng to activate the ball of light and reconstruct the new Dutian Blood Seal. Lin, they seemed to be planning to rearrange the Dutian blood print. He Yao's gaze was like a sharp blade that cut through the 3 of them. When it landed on Gu Feng's face, Gu Feng couldn't help but shiver. This man had such a strong murderous aura. Among all the people Gu Feng had come into contact with, the one who gave him the heaviest murderous aura was later Qin's iron-blooded Emperor Duge Xiu. However, compared to this tall and wild man in front of him, Duge Xiu paled in comparison. Thinking of this, Gu Feng suddenly felt that this man in front of him was very similar to Duge Xiu except for his hair color and age, which were slightly longer than his. You are the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, He Yao. Gu Feng lost his voice. Lowly human magician, how dare you call my father by his name? Do you believe that I will cut off your tongue? He Lin glared at Gu Feng. Miss, pay attention to your words. Shouldn't you take care of your own tongue before cutting it out? Ji Rumo said coldly. Who the hell are you? You don't dare to look at people with your true face. Cutting off his tongue is already letting him off easy. You want to redraw the Dutian blood print with just the 3 of you. That's ridiculous, He Linlin said disdainfully. In He Linlin's eyes, apart from Yi Baiming, no one else on the boundless continent was worthy of her attention. The heavenly blood seal was an ancient divine seal that even the patriarchs of the 8 Desolation Beast clans could not break through. They did not have the 8 Desolation divine artifact, nor did they have a peerless expert who could rival the 8 great experts. How could the 3 of them possibly draw a new blood seal? Ji Rumo was wearing a mask, and she didn't know what kind of ugly person he was. Linlin, shut up, He Yao suddenly shouted and stopped He Linlin. Among the 3 of them, He Yao paid the most attention not to Elder Si Ming, who was the oldest and seemed to have the highest cultivation level. Instead, it was Ji Rumo, who seemed to have the coldest temperament. Even with He Yao's eyesight, he couldn't see through the cultivation level of this young man with an unknown appearance and background. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's strength was on par with his own, then it was that he had an extremely powerful magic artifact that concealed his skills. No matter which of these 2 possibilities was true, it was rare for He Yao to see. Master, you and Goofing start chanting first. Leave this to me, Ji Rumo said in a deep voice. You alone. Father, let me deal with this arrogant magician, He Linlin said disdainfully. As soon as she finished speaking, the fighting aura around her body suddenly spread out. Her slim figure rushed out and punched Ji Rumo. A golden light flashed by. When He Linlin's fist landed, she felt as if she had hit a wall. Ji Rumo, transformed into a golden man with golden light all over his body. Who said he's alone? There's still us, Yunsheng and Abandon arrived in time. It turned out that the thing that stopped He Linlin was Yunsheng's eternal life magic artifact. Tycoon Gold. Yunsheng, it's you again. He Linlin saw Yunsheng. It was really like meeting a love rival. Her eyes were exceptionally red, as if they were about to spit out fire. Attack, He Linlin shouted. Several Kirin warriors behind He Linlin rushed forward with heavy swords in their hands, and slashed at Yunsheng and Abandon. Chi, 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 before the Kirin warriors could reach them, countless spears flew out from behind Yunsheng. Black clouds floated in the sky. Taking a closer look, it was not black clouds, but hundreds of night goblin warriors with spears in their hands. Under the command of the Night Goblin Queen, they waved their spears in unison. There were many Kirin warriors. Yunsheng had already summoned the Night Goblin Queen halfway. These lowly demons dare to fight against my Qilin warriors? Kill them all. A sinister smile appeared on He Linlin's face. Behind the Kirin warriors, fighting aura turned into wings. Each of them held a heavy sword and leaped into the air. With the fighting aura of the Kirin warriors, they formed a killing formation and tore apart the Night Goblin warriors' defense. The Black Kirin warriors were indeed the bravest warriors in the Bakra orcs. They moved in unison and attacked and defended in an orderly manner. Although there were hundreds of them, they advanced and retreated as if they were one person. The Night Goblin Queen's Night Goblin warriors did not lose to them in terms of numbers, but in terms of individual strength, they were far inferior to the Kirin warriors. Soon, the Night Goblin Queen showed signs of weakness. She was no match for them at all. So powerful. Yunsheng was shocked. They were indeed the elites of the Black Kirin tribe. Each of them was close to the martial sage realm. There were more than 900 martial sages, and they were well trained. Such a team was enough to destroy the army of any country in the boundless continent. It was no wonder that the Black Kirin tribe dared to invade the boundless continent with 1,000 men. However, if the other party thought that they could defeat her demonic beasts, they were gravely mistaken. Chapter 1079. The battle had just begun. Water Spirit Queen, Yunsheng chanted, and the summoning magic array beneath her feet shone. Amidst the blue water magic waves, the slender water spirit queen with her blonde hair fluttering in the wind appeared. Spirit blessing, heal. The water spirit queen landed among the night charm warriors, and her powerful water spirit magic quickly healed the wounds of the night charm warriors. Spirit wings, defense enhancement. The water spirit queen's magic was continuously cast on the night charm warriors. The night charm warriors, who were originally in a state of decline, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. A general-level summoner. After seeing Yunxing summon the night charm queen and the water spirit queen, He Yao, who was watching the battle from the side, could not help but be moved. He could tell at a glance that both the night charm queen and the water spirit queen were summoned beasts under Yunxing's command. Especially the water spirit clan's magical beast that was summoned later, her water spirit magic was very pure and could provide magical healing continuously. With such a summoned beast, it was like having a cheat artifact. It would take a lot of energy to kill those low-level night charms. That young girl summoned 2 king-level magical beasts at once, and from the looks of it, she clearly still had energy left. He Yao did not expect to encounter a general-level summoner as soon as he entered the boundless land. Moreover, the other party was a female mage who looked younger than his daughter, He Linlin. If the other party summoned any other magical beasts, it would be troublesome. Linlin, capture the leader first. With He Yao's status, it was naturally inconvenient for him to directly attack a junior like Yunxing. He Linlin raised her left palm, and the Qilin combat energy had already turned into a flashing big sword. She slashed the big sword at Yunxing. After not seeing her for a few years, He Linlin's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. She had also turned her combat energy into a sword, but compared to 3 years ago when she killed Yunxing, the black Qilin combat energy on the surface of the big sword was even more dazzling. The broadsword sliced through the air, emitting an ear-piercing screech. At this moment, a bandit, who had been guarding beside Yunxing, didn't dare to be careless. A green light flashed on his forehead, and his body suddenly turned into a green python. The python swung its tail like a whip towards He Linlin. The snake tail and the blade made of warrior energy collided with each other. The strength of the collision was so great that He Linlin only felt her wrist tremble. The warrior energy blade in her hand was nearly shattered by the monstrous strength of the snake tail. Beast transformation. He Linlin didn't expect that the seemingly thin male magician beside Yunxing would also possess such a tyrannical magic beast fusion ability. However, the other party was clearly a magician, so how could he transform into a beast like a warrior? He Linlin's expression couldn't help but change as she looked at the 2-story-tall colossus that resembled both a python and a WIRM. That's not a transformation of a magical beast, but a fusion of magical beasts. Obsidian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Obsidian's expression turned a little strange when he saw the fusion between Little Qing and Abandoned. So what if it's a fusion? Let me beat you back to your original form, you stinking snake. The warrior energy blade in He Linlin's hand disappeared. Her eyes flashed with confidence. She raised her head proudly like a peacock. Yunxing, look clearly. I, He Linlin, am the woman most suitable for Yi Baiming. My strength will forever be in the dust. Black Qilin's second inheritance, Qilin Mirage. Behind He Linlin, the shadow that was originally the size of an ordinary person expanded rapidly as if it was filled with air. A black mirage of a Qilin appeared behind her. He Linlin had been in seclusion for the past 3 years in the Qilin tribe. Although she hadn't been able to fuse with the black Qilin king Saraira, she had received a portion of her father's internal strength. She had finally succeeded in comprehending the second inheritance of the black Qilin. It was also because of this comprehension that she had broken through to the martial god realm. The martial god realm was the same as the magician realm. With each breakthrough, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The Qilin Mirage didn't require the user to transform into a Qilin. It allowed the host to possess the strength of a Qilin. The size of the Qilin Mirage could change. The mirage it formed had the same attack and defense as the host. In other words, under the effect of the second inheritance, the person facing He Linlin would have to fight two He Linlins at once. Die, you reckless magician. He Linlin's eyes flashed with crazed bloodlust. She and the Qilin Mirage attacked from the left and right. The warrior energy blade heavily struck the side of the green python's body and head. The green python's head was instantly broken and blood flowed out. It let out a shrill hiss. Not good. Give up. Don't force yourself. Yunxing thought to herself. Just as she was about to step forward to help, she suddenly realized that she couldn't move. Even her voice disappeared in her throat. Yunxing had never experienced this feeling before. It was as if someone had cast a petrification spell on her and she couldn't move. Yunxing's beautiful eyes flickered. She realized that the person who had immobilized her was the leader of the Black Qilin clan, He Yao. You're that bastard of the celestial fox. You have some skills. He Yao didn't even make a move. He just stared at Yunxing with a terrifying gaze. Was this the strength of a peak martial god? Even though he didn't move a finger, the terrifying aura coming from him made Yunxing feel as if every inch of her muscles and nerves had been frozen. He Yao's gaze was like a knife, slicing Yunxing's face inch by inch. Yunxing felt that He Yao was more like Duguxiu. He had a cold aura, like a dagger that could be unsheathed at any time. Was he Yi Baiming's father? The last time Yunxing was in Ladder Qin, she had only seen one of He Yao's hands. But now, she could clearly see He Yao himself. He Yao didn't look old at all. When he stood next to the short-haired, dark-haired Lin Lin, he looked more like her older brother than her father. A few strands of hair fell in front of his forehead. His black eyes glowed with a blue light, revealing a wild aura. He was tall and handsome, with an aura that was somewhere between wild and disdainful. This aura was the aura of a superior person. It was also the aura of a strong-willed powerhouse who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On his right ear, he wore an obsidian black earring made of polished obsidian. A man like this could only have won the favor of Duguxiu's mother, Madame Qing. At the same time, Yunxing couldn't help but admire Night Fox's mother, Empress Li. That woman could actually reject the pursuit of such a man. Speaking of which, it was strange. Like mother, like son. Duguxiu, like Empress Qing, submitted to He Yao's power. Yi Baiming, like Empress Li, rejected He Yao several times. However, compared to Empress Li, who was a weak woman, Yi Baiming was much more powerful. He was like a cunning king of beasts. When his wings were not fully grown, he would hide his sharp claws. When the time was right, he would reveal his sharp claws and fangs, and when the enemy was caught off guard, he would cut their throats with a blow. Yunxing was sizing up He Yao, and He Yao was also sizing up Yunxing. Chapter 1080. From He Linlin, He Yao already knew that Yunxing was the woman who had bewitched Duguxiu and Yi Baiming and caused the brothers to kill each other. Although he was a Bakra Orcs, because of his deep love for Empress Li, He Yao did not reject humans too much. In his opinion, if Yi Baiming was willing to return to the Bakra Orcs, marry He Linlin, and inherit the position of the tribe leader, it would not be a big deal even if he had to marry 8 or 10 human women. Which one of the powerful beast men didn't have hundreds or even thousands of women? However, why did he fancy a celestial fox bastard who had mixed human and celestial fox blood? Celestial fox, that dirty foxy race. Even He Yao, who was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, had to admit that this woman had a flawless face. In terms of appearance, his daughter He Linlin was probably not as beautiful as Yunxing. Her skin and face were like the 1,000-year-old snow at the top of a snow mountain. Her pair of pure and clear eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart at a glance. Her lips were like roses blooming in spring. She did not have a seductive and wanton temperament like ordinary celestial fox women. This woman gave people a sense of holiness that could not be profaned. But so what if she was beautiful? Beauty only lasted for a moment. In the world of Bakra orcs, strength was everything. "You're that dirty celestial fox bastard." He Yao's voice was weak and arrogant. "It seems that the arrow last time was still too light." Yunxing's gaze landed on He Yao's hand with extreme sarcasm. Yunxing's words made He Yao's brows twitch heavily. The wound on his right hand that was injured by Yunxing's elf arrow twitched for some reason. Damn it! No one had ever dared to speak to He Yao in such a tone. He Yao sized up Yunxing coldly. A pressure that could not be ignored suddenly surrounded Yunxing. With He Yao's status, it was naturally inappropriate for him to directly make a move against Yunxing. However, it was more than enough to crush Yunxing with his pressure. Yunxing wanted to use magic to resist this pressure, but she suddenly realized that her Dharma soul seemed to have lost connection with her. She couldn't summon any magic power. Absolute suppression. This was the absolute suppression of He Yao, who was a peak martial god. Yunxing felt as if there was 1,000 pounds of pressure on her spine and knees. There was a powerful force that kept tormenting her knees. It was as if there were thousands of insects biting his knees. His tendons and bones were all in intense pain. Even so, Yunxing remained silent. She stubbornly stared at He Yao, forcing herself not to yield to him. He Yao raised his brows. She was a stubborn woman. It seemed that other than her face, this woman's mind was also more tenacious than the average person. He Yao was a peak martial god. Even if he didn't make a move, his pressure as a martial artist was enough to crush Yunxing, who was a magician, into meat paste. He Yao's eyes went blank. He vaguely remembered that there was once such a person. He Yao, if you force me again, I will die in front of you. The woman's breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with hatred and despair. Humph, stupid woman. Her stubbornness had caused her own death and her flesh and blood. He Yao had never been rejected by anyone. Empress Li was the first woman to reject him. Now, this celestial fox people woman called Yunxing dared to look down on him in public. That celestial fox bastard could actually withstand her father's pressure. He Linlin and the group of dark Qilin warriors were shocked. Patriarch He Yao was now a peak martial god. His pressure was enough to crush people into meat paste in an instant. He Yao increased the pressure even more. Crack, Yunxing could feel that her body was about to explode from the pressure. At this moment, a fierce fighting aura rushed out of Yunxing's beast language ring. I can do it! Yunxing suddenly shouted. Her shout shocked Gold Coin, who was in the beast language ring. Yi Baiming, the golden Qilin, could no longer hold back when he saw his beloved being tortured. However, Yunxing's tone did not allow for any doubt. Death is at hand, yet you still don't know the difference between life and death. He Yao flipped his hand under his sleeve. He Yao increased his pressure. Crack. Yunxing could feel a popping sound coming from a certain part of her body. One of her ribs had been broken by He Yao's pressure. So what if he was a martial artist? So what if he was a martial god? It was just that he had started cultivating a few decades earlier than her. Yunxing held back her breath. She clenched her fingers one by one. The soul stone and the magic god bracelet on her wrist slowly poured magic energy into her body. Roar! An equally biting cold magic energy collided with her. Two powerful magic energy and fighting aura collided. It was like a sudden storm on the surface of the sea. The wind and waves collided. At that moment, the air was distorted. This is... He Yao didn't expect that Yunxing, who looked like a Saint Law overlord, would have this kind of magic energy in her body. This celestial fox people woman had a strong will. Not only was she a summoner, but she also had this kind of mysterious magic energy. She had yet to undergo the true awakening of the beast god. If she were to one day obtain the inheritance of celestial fox, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, He Yao was filled with killing intent. To think that you still have energy left. What a pity. This is as far as you can go. He Yao grunted. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Qilin fighting aura gathered in his hand once more. His palm was filled with fighting aura as it struck toward Yunxing's head. When Yunxing used the power of the magic god bracelet to shake off He Yao's pressure, she had already used all the strength in her body. At this moment, she only felt her body go limp, as if it had fallen apart. She could no longer block He Yao's attack. At this moment, two beastly lights, one gold and one pink, burst out from the beast speech ring. Yunxing's body slid down and was now lying on Jean Coin. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming would not allow He Yao to oppress Yunxing. Even if the other party was his father by blood, he would not allow it. You don't want to be the future chief of the Black Qilin tribe and end up like this for a woman. How shameful. Only then did He Yao see that the one who had suddenly appeared was Yi Baiming, who had transformed into a golden Qilin. Bah, bah, bah. And you call yourself the chief of the 8 barons divine beast tribe. A man bullying a woman, a senior bullying a junior. You're the shameless one. Seeing that its master was being bullied, baby sheep was fuming. It was thinking about how to exile this scoundrel old man. No, this old monster would be back soon after being exiled once. It had to think of a way to make this old monster and that disgusting father and daughter pair forever. Long. Flow. Release. Chapter 1081. Bo, take good care of Yunxing. It's time to settle the matter between us. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming's voice floated over. Yeah, the Qilin kid is serious. Bo Sheep blinked. However, the Qilin kid shouldn't be a match for that old monster. Although Bo Sheep disdained He Yao, he had to admit that He Yao was the strongest he had ever seen. Even if he summoned all the demon beasts in his little master's exquisite beast pagoda, it still wouldn't be enough to fight that old monster. However, Bo Sheep also knew that he couldn't persuade the Qilin kid on his own. Bo Sheep could see that Yi Baiming's anger was unbearable after He Yao injured Yunxing. You want to defeat me. Unfortunately, you're not strong enough. He Yao also saw through Yi Baiming's intentions. Unless you fuse with the power of the Qilin King's relic. Do you want to truly feel the power of the Qilin King's relic? He Yao opened his palm, revealing the Qilin King's relic that was shaped like a black diamond, exuding a mysterious and powerful energy. As if sensing Yi Baiming's existence, the Qilin King's relic, which was originally pitch black, emitted a light. As expected, He Yao's eyes suddenly changed. Only he could awaken the power of the Qilin King's relic. Previously, He Linlin and countless other young Black Qilin clan martial artists were unable to awaken the Qilin King's relic. Yi Baiming hesitated. Don't resist the power of the Qilin King's relic. As long as you fuse with it, you can regain your human form and obtain great power. He Linlin saw the chaotic energy fluctuations released by the Black Qilin King's relic and was both envious and anxious. Defeat He Yao and regain his human form. These two thoughts, coupled with the powerful energy fluctuations from the Black Qilin King's relic, made Golden Qilin Yi Baiming involuntarily take a few steps forward. Regain his human form. Fuse with the power of the Qilin King's relic. Yun Sheng was in a daze. She only heard these few words before her consciousness suddenly cleared up. Yi Baiming. If you dare to abandon me again, I will cut all ties with you and divorce you. Yun Sheng's words were like a stone shattering the sky. Everyone was stunned. Even Ji Rumo and the others who were reactivating the Dutian blood seal were shocked. Ji Rumo looked at the Golden Qilin. He was Yi Baiming. The regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming. How did Yi Baiming become a magical beast? Moreover, from He Yao's tone, he seemed to have a close relationship with Yi Baiming. Could it be that the Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, was also a descendant of the Bahuang tribe? This news was undoubtedly very shocking. Yun Sheng gnashed her teeth as she spoke, causing Golden Qilin Yi Baiming to feel his spine stiffen. Xiao, divorce him. No, this little wild cat already knew his identity. What a two-faced sheep. When this king returns to his human form, the first thing this king will do is pluck out all your wool. Bo sheep. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming shot daggers over, causing Bo sheep's wool to stand on end. Divorce him. This is the biggest mistake in the world. Yun Sheng, do you really think that after marrying Yi Baiming, he is yours alone? What a joke. In this world, only men divorce their wives. Where did women divorce their husbands come from? He Linlin ridiculed. In the Black Qilin tribe where men were respected, even He Linlin, the daughter of the chief, did not dare to say that her husband could only have one woman in the future. This kind of woman, not to mention Yi Baiming, no man in the world could tolerate her. He Linlin thought so, He Yao naturally also thought so, and all the warriors of the Black Qilin tribe also thought so. Yun Sheng, this woman, was narrow-minded and bossy. Yi Baiming would never choose this kind of woman. Roar, Golden Qilin Yi Baiming, who had already walked into the Qilin King's relic, suddenly shook his head, completely ignoring He Yao and the Black Qilin relic in his hand, and quickly rushed back to Yun Sheng's side. He tilted his head, and under everyone's gaze, he actually licked Yun Sheng's hand with his tongue in an almost fawning manner. Yi Baiming would never do such an action on a normal day. But he was now in his beast form, so acting cute to curry favor with his wife was no big deal. What a joke! If he had to choose between his wife and the Qilin King's relic, of course he would choose his wife. It was just a Qilin King's relic that had been dead for nearly 10,000 years. What was so rare about it? At worst, he would cultivate it himself in the future. The corner of He Yao's mouth twitched as he watched the ferocious Golden Qilin transform into an obedient kitty-like pet in the next second. His son, He Yao, was actually trying to curry favor with a woman like a dog. Moreover, it was a bastard from the Celestial Fox tribe. Yi Baiming, you're crazy. You actually chose that woman, He Linlin exclaimed. Bastard, you have abandoned yourself. You have to return even if you don't want to. This time, no one can save you. He Yao was completely enraged. Do Qi shot out from his body like 10,000 swords. Strands of Do Qi surged out from his body. The Do Qi was like a spider web that bound Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming in layers. He suddenly exerted his strength, and the two of them seemed to be sucked in by a powerful force, flying towards He Yao. Moi, I'll leave the rest of the trash to you and the other magical beasts. Yi Baiming also knew that today's battle concerned his and Yun Sheng's life and death. He couldn't afford to be careless. The Golden Qilin Yi Baiming roared and spat out a golden flame of fighting aura from its mouth. The flame touched the web of fighting aura. It exploded with a bang. Yi Baiming leaped forward, and his figure was like a shuttle, instantly arriving in front of He Yao. Yunsheng, I will definitely kill you today. He Linlin vented her anger on Yunsheng. It was all because of this woman that Yi Baiming had refused the temptation of the Black Qilin King's relic. He Linlin's fighting aura blade once again condensed in her hand. The blade wind turned into a blade, and like countless chilly winds, it enveloped Yunsheng. He Linlin, you're not the only one who has changed in these 3 years. Yunsheng's eyes narrowed. He Linlin wasn't He Yao. She couldn't do whatever she wanted in front of her. Yunsheng's hair was like a daughter, suddenly entangling He Linlin's fighting aura blade. She held the 1,000-year-old ice zither horizontally in her hand. With a wave of her white fingers, the zither music turned into all kinds of magic attacks, and each of them was incomparably sharp, shooting towards He Linlin. He Linlin slashed down with her fighting aura blade. The biting cold fighting aura blade collided with the seemingly invisible zither music, and the blade actually vibrated from the collision. This zither music actually had such a great effect. The zither music came one after another, and actually forced He Linlin to be unable to get close. On He Yao's side, he was also fighting fiercely with Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming, who had transformed into a golden qilin, attacked with biting cold attacks. He Yao and Yi Baiming exchanged close to 100 moves, but Yi Baiming didn't reveal any openings. Chapter 1082. The two sides were in a stalemate. On the other side, the Black Qilin warriors and Yunsheng's beastly soldiers were also fighting fiercely. Master, the new heavenly blood seal is only left with the final step. You only need to assist Gu Feng in completing this step. Due to the appearance of Yunsheng and the magical beasts, the Black Qilin tribe's beastly soldiers were delayed. Ji Rumo and the rest were able to use the limited time to complete the blood print. The rest only needed Gu Feng to activate the power of the light sphere. Elder Si Ming had also noticed that even though Ji Rumo was trying his best to control himself, his mind was already in a mess during the final drawing process. His thoughts had already landed on Yunsheng. Rumo, why are you doing this? You've already used up most of your qi to draw the blood seal. You're not He Yao's match. If you insist on fighting, you'll only end up dying together with him, Elder Si Ming advised. Ji Rumo's magical talent was unparalleled in the world. However, in order to stabilize the new Dutian blood print, he had used half of his magical power to fuse into the magic array. His strength had been greatly reduced. The current him could not even protect himself. Master, do you remember that I once said that in this world, there are 3 people whose fates I cannot see through? Ji Rumo suddenly asked. Elder Si Ming naturally remembered that Ji Rumo had the eye of the sky. He once said that he could not see through the fates of 3 people. One was Yunsheng of Zhou State. The other was the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming. The last person was, those who believe in fate have fates. Those who do not believe in fate do not have fates. Although I am the Elder Si Ming of the Dharma Temple, I have never believed in fate. The 3 of us do not believe in fate. We are people who fight against the heavens. This time, I will fight for it. Ji Rumo raised his head and looked at the figures in the sky. Boom! The 2 figures collided in midair like 2 meteorites, one black and one gold. In the sky, a whirlpool of battle qi was stirred up. Violent fighting auras from Yi Baiming and He Yao spread out like a tide. Yi Baiming, don't think that you can defeat me just because you're also a martial god. I'm still your father. There's no way you can defeat me. He Yao's face was as cold as ice. From He Yao's point of view, Yi Baiming's strength should be worlds apart from his own. Even though Yi Baiming's talent was astonishing, he had not experienced the baptism of the beast god altar. He had not even awakened the most basic Qilin inheritance. Such a Yi Baiming could actually exchange close to 100 moves with him. This didn't mean that Yi Baiming's strength was on par with Obsidian's. Instead, it was because their mental states were completely different. He Yao's goal this time was to capture Yi Baiming and bring him back to the Eight Desolate tribe. He wanted to capture him but did not kill him. However, Yi Baiming was the exact opposite. He hated He Yao for causing him and Empress Li so much pain for so many years. He also hated the Black Qilan tribe for harming Yunxing time and time again. Every move he made was vicious, like a fugitive. As a result, He Yao and Yi Baiming were tangled in a fight. It was difficult to determine the victor. The more He Yao was entangled, the more anxious he became. Especially when he noticed that the priests from the Dharma temple had secretly completed the new Dutian blood seal while they were fighting. The cunning humans were stalling for time. If this dragged on and the new Dutian blood seal was completed, He Yao's invasion would be considered a complete failure. When that happened, the Black Qilan tribe would become the laughingstock of the other Bakra orcs. As the chief, he would lose all face. He Yao bent his right hand and it turned into a Qilan spiritual claw. A ball of fierce Do Qi lit up and a black light burst out from his body like the dawn. The sky seemed to darken in an instant. The third inheritance of the Qilan tribe, Heaven-devouring abyss. Behind He Yao, a huge shadow swallowed all the light like a hungry beast. He Yao's Qilan inheritance was similar to Xiao Hei's Heaven-devouring abyss. However, compared to the Heaven-devouring abyss, He Yao's inheritance was more domineering. As the shadow continued to expand, it almost covered the entire Dutian blood seal. The Dutian blood seal seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. Everyone was trapped in the abyss and couldn't even see their own fingers. Under the shroud of that black shadow, everyone felt that their magic power and Do Qi were draining away. The third inheritance of the Black Qilan tribe, Heaven-devouring abyss, was like a huge beast that didn't know how to quench its hunger. It swallowed all the energy around it. This feeling. The power of He Yao's third inheritance had the terrifying ability to devour all energy. All of a sudden, Yi Baiming felt that all the fighting aura in his body had been sucked away. There was nothing left of his magic power and fighting aura. Was this the true power of the awakened Black Qilan tribe? This kind of energy seemed to be beyond the realm of magicians and warriors. An ominous premonition arose in Yi Baiming's heart. Is it all because of that woman? Today, I will kill her with my own hands in front of you. He Yao's gaze was cruel as he waved his hand. Whoosh! Unable to move, Yi Baiming watched as the fighting energy shot towards the defenseless Yunxing. Fear crept into his heart. He Yao! How dare you! Yi Baiming's voice was filled with anger and fear. Even if He Yao wanted to kill him, Yi Baiming wouldn't even bat an eyelid. The only thing he was afraid of was that He Yao would hurt Yunxing. He Yao also knew this. The only thing Yi Baiming cared about was that celestial fox bastard. He wanted to kill that celestial fox bastard in front of Yi Baiming so that he would completely give up on the boundless continent. The Black Qilan fighting energy had already arrived in front of Yunxing. Like numerous sharp arrows, Yunxing couldn't dodge. At this moment, a person appeared in front of Yunxing. Ji Rumo waved his sleeves. His tall figure was like a towering mountain that blocked the few Do Qi from He Yao. What? He Yao, He Linlin, and everyone from the Black Qilan tribe were shocked. He Yao's abyss erosion was He Yao's third inheritance. Under the effects of the inheritance, no one could use mana or fighting energy. No one was an exception except for that person on the beast god altar. But why did this magician from the temple still have energy left? Who are you? How can you ignore my abyss erosion? He Yao's gaze darkened. You're wrong. I'm only using your power. Romo flicked his wrist and several streams of fighting energy shot towards He Yao. Chapter 1083. He Yao couldn't be more familiar with that fighting aura. It was his own fighting aura. However, the fighting aura that Romo shot out was different from He Yao's fighting aura. It also contained the power of light. Insignificant skill. I don't believe that you can dodge it this time. He Yao grabbed at the void. With a crack, black heaven-eroding chi rolled out from under Yunsheng and Romo's feet. The two of them seemed to have sunk into mud. Their bodies kept sinking, and they could be swallowed by the Qilins devouring chi at any time. Romo, don't worry about me. Yunsheng couldn't activate any magic power in her body. She didn't want to be a burden to Romo. Yunsheng knew Romo's strength. He should be able to get rid of the devouring chi. Yunsheng's hand was held. Romo's hand was slender and cold like a piece of jade. There was no warmth in it at all. Romo's amber-colored eyes flashed with a strange emotion as he stared blankly at her. If there was no Yi Baiming, would you have fallen in love with me? Romo took off his mask, revealing a face that could turn the world upside down. There's no if when it comes to love. Yunsheng shook her head. In her previous life, her heart was broken by that scumbag Lu Minglang. She once thought that she couldn't love anyone anymore. However, the heavens gave her a second chance. She came to the boundless land and met Yi Baiming. Her heart was very small. Since she could accept Yi Baiming, she couldn't accept other people's feelings. Romo was relieved. He already knew the answer, but he still didn't give up. However, it was fine. Since that was the case, his decision was not wrong. Let go of my hand. Why did you save me? Yunsheng was anxious. Why was he so good to her? She had only met this man a few times, but she had only met him a few times. But he had silently endured many calamities for her. Yunsheng was a person who didn't like to owe people favors, but unintentionally, she owed Romo a life-saving grace twice. Qilin Yi Baiming and Abandon were watching from the side. They were both men who loved Yunsheng deeply. No one knew better than them what the way Romo looked at Yunsheng meant. Yi Baiming's heart was filled with jealousy, but this time, he did not stop her. If not for Romo, Obsidian's scheme would have succeeded this time. All of them owed Romo their lives. Yunsheng only saw that Romo's amber eyes seemed to be filled with rosy clouds. His voice, in the face of the violent winds of the Dutian blood beast world, seemed so ethereal. Because you made me have a heart. If I could choose again, I would rather be a mirror. That way, I can look at you forever. Romo's lips curled into a gentle smile. He whispered into Yunsheng's ear. A mirror was the loneliest. Although it could illuminate others, it could never see its own heart. Mirror. Yunsheng did not understand. Romo lifted his finger. His fingertip injected a warm light into Yunsheng's glabella. Yunsheng only saw a white light flash before her eyes. The next moment, she was enveloped by a ray of light. In that ray of light, Yunsheng felt that the magic in her body, which had disappeared, was rapidly recovering. This was. Meanwhile, Romo was still locked in a stalemate with He Yao. You really don't know what's good for you. You actually want to use your own strength to block my attack. Obsidian snorted. Then, he was stunned. He Yao, I'll return what you've given her tenfold. Romo's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Romo's body emitted a dazzling light. That light tore apart Obsidian's devouring power. Obsidian's heart skipped a beat. That light was like the scorching sun in the clear summer sky. All the foul power would be burned away when it came into contact with the scorching sun. Not only that, there was a terrifying power in the light that could destroy everything. Obsidian felt that this power was enough to destroy his power of inheritance. Him. Who was it? Why did he have the terrifying power to destroy the Qilin's power of inheritance? Obsidian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his pupils contracted violently as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Romo had disappeared. There was only one mirror in the sky. That mirror was only the size of an ordinary heart-protecting mirror. It was shaped like an ancient bronze mirror. However, countless rays of light suddenly shot out from the mirror. The rays of light immediately devoured Obsidian's devouring power and reflected his power of inheritance back. The rays of light were like thousands of arrows, shooting towards Obsidian and the warriors of the Black Qilin tribe. At this moment, Yunsheng and everyone else were staring at the mirror with dumbfounded expressions. Heavenly Fate Mirror, one of the 8 barren divine artifacts. Damn it! Even Obsidian couldn't block the strong light emitted by the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Under the strong light, the Black Qilin warriors were all killed by the reflected power of inheritance. Romo was actually the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Yunsheng looked at the mirror in the sky. She didn't expect Xia Wenqiu to be the Heavenly Fate Mirror. No wonder he could learn any magic. Mirrors were able to reflect everything. Father, save me! He Linlin screamed. She could feel the battle chi in her body being devoured by the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Obsidian's situation wasn't much better than He Linlin's. His third power of inheritance was especially strong when used on himself. Under the refraction of the Heavenly Fate Mirror, most of his battle chi was devoured. Go! Leave this place immediately. Blacklight had no choice but to tear a magic scroll and teleport away with his daughter, He Linlin. The Black Qilin tribe disappeared. Hundreds of Black Qilin tribe's corpses were still on the ground. Obsidian and his daughter had escaped. No one had expected that such a shocking turn of events would occur in the blink of an eye. And this reversal was because everyone stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. The mirror in the sky fell to the ground. Crack! There was a crisp cracking sound. Obsidian's third power of Qilin inheritance was extremely terrifying. It contained the devouring power of darkness, which brought irreparable side effects to the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Obsidian was gone, and the Heavenly Fate Mirror was destroyed. Yunsheng hesitated. She walked forward and picked up the Heavenly Fate Mirror. It was an exquisite mirror. The frame was exquisitely carved. The surface of the mirror was damaged. There were many deep cracks on the surface of the mirror. Drops of blood-like red liquid flowed out from the cracks. This chapter is a godly turn of events. Yes, many people will probably curse me for being tricked. Turning on the complaining mode. The so-called Chinese New Year is an endless amount of food to eat, an endless amount of parties to run, and an endless amount of troublesome questions to ask. Old girl expressed that her heart was stuffed, and she had very little time to sit down and write. Thank you for your continued support. Chapter 1084. No one would have thought that Romo was actually the Heaven's Mandate mirror that they had been searching for. No one would have guessed that at the last moment, Romo would actually choose to use his true body to block He Yao's attack. The crowd was completely silent. Only Yunsheng lowered her head and looked at the mirror. The red liquid that gushed out of the mirror was not only tears, but also blood. Yunsheng's eyes were a little moist. At this moment, her heart was filled with thousands of thoughts, but for a moment, she did not know how to express them. The golden Qilin Yi Baiming also stood in the distance. At this moment, he knew that he should not disturb Yunsheng. The cracked mirror could no longer reflect a person's appearance clearly, but it could reflect an amber light. That light was very similar to Jiromo's eyes. It was as gentle and as heart-palpitating. Yunxing used her fingers to rub the irreparable crack on the mirror. When it brushed across her skin, there was still a faint pain. Jiromo's last words were still echoing in his ears. She slowly closed her eyes. In her mind, the ray of light that Jiromo had shot into her glabella flashed past. Inside, there was also a piece of Jiromo's memory, a piece of Jiromo's innermost secret that no one knew. Jiromo's memory, like the rising tide of the sea, spread out bit by bit. There were many kinds of love in the world. Some were bold and unrestrained like the scorching sun, and some were reserved like gurgling water. There was also one kind called waiting silently. Whether it was Xia Wenqiu or Jiromo, his love was very reserved. That love was so reserved that Yunxing did not know it until the moment of his death. Jiromo was the heaven's mandate mirror, and had always been. The 8 Wastelands' divine weapons were all spiritual objects. After the experts of the 8 Wastelands died and retired, the 8 Wastelands' divine weapons had different fates. Among the 8 great regalia, the heavenly mandate mirror wasn't as famous as the other regalia. Its use had always been misunderstood by the outside world. The heaven's mandate mirror had always been regarded as a divine artifact used to predict the future. However, the true heavenly fate mirror's use wasn't limited to that. The heavenly fate mirror could see into a person's heart and soul. It could also predict a person's future. However, its greatest use was that it could reflect everything, regardless of whether it was magic or battle techniques. However, that was only the case during battle. Most of the time, the heaven's mandate mirror was like an ordinary mirror, only reflecting other people's things. After the fall of the 8 powerhouses, the heavenly mandate mirror fell into the hands of the commoners. Because no one had discovered the true use of the heaven's mandate mirror, it had always been mistaken for an ordinary mirror due to its exquisite appearance. It was like an ordinary commodity, going around in circles and falling into the hands of different people. Because it had experienced many generations of hosts and seen countless human emotions and desires, it started to form its own consciousness. This continued until it fell into the hands of the wife of a Penglai merchant. After the merchant's wife obtained the heavenly mandate mirror, she couldn't bear to part with it. However, as she aged, her appearance gradually deteriorated. Coupled with the fact that her husband had a change of heart, the merchant's wife couldn't face the fact that she was aging. In a fit of anger, she threw the heavenly mandate mirror into the Penglai Sea. The heavenly mandate mirror, one of the 8 barren divine artifacts, sank to the bottom of the sea for hundreds of years, untouched by anyone. Under the cleansing of the Penglai Sea, the heavenly mandate mirror absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the heaven, earth, and sea. The consciousness of the people in the heavenly mandate mirror became clearer and clearer. Finally, using his own divine power and his curiosity towards the human race's 7 emotions and 6 desires, he transformed into a baby boy. Coincidentally, when it was washed up on the beach of Penglai, Yeshua Wenqiu, who was just a baby boy, was adopted by the Emperor Zhao in red. After transforming into a human, Jiromo had been working hard to learn how to be a human. However, he still couldn't learn the human emotions and desires. He treated people gently because he didn't care about anyone. He didn't hate or feel joy because in his eyes, all living things were equal. Until one day, he met Yunxing as Xia Wenqiu. At first, Jiromo was just curious because Yunxing was the first person that Jiromo couldn't see clearly with his heaven's mandate mirror. But Jiromo didn't know that his curiosity would one day evolve into a special emotion that he couldn't control. The second time Jiromo met Yunxing was in Yujing. At that time, he had witnessed her magical talent and astonishing medical skills. He tried to collect all kinds of information about Yunxing. Slowly, His interest in her became stronger and stronger. He sneaked into the little Xiantong. The first time, he disguised his identity just to observe Yunsheng at a close distance. The more he observed, the more he couldn't extricate himself from Yunsheng. Later, when he realized that something was wrong with him, it was already too late. He went against heaven's will, saved Yunsheng, and used a part of his divine power to help Yunsheng escape a life and death situation. All of this was just because he didn't want Yunsheng to be hurt. If you have the heart, you're a human. If you don't have the heart, you're a divine tool. A divine tool was a divine tool. Even if he had been a human for many years, he still couldn't escape the fate of turning back into a divine tool. Ji Rumo probably already knew the result, but he still chose to sacrifice himself. Ji Rumo's feelings, she probably didn't even have the chance to repay him in this life. Everything is fate. Rumo, why are you so foolish? Elder Si Ming had lost his senior brother Ji Rumo and at the same time, his beloved disciple Ji Rumo. He was so sad that tears flowed down his old face. Bo, now is not the time to be sad. Master, look at the entrance to the blood world. Bo Sheep was restless. The entrance to the blood world was forcefully opened by He Yao using his own power. He Yao was driven away, but the entrance to the blood world didn't disappear. Instead, because of the fierce battle between Ji Rumo and the Black Qilin King, the crack in the sky above the Dutian blood world became bigger. Even though He Yao and Ba Shipon were driven away, if they couldn't completely seal the entrance to the blood world, the beast god altar and the other beast clans of the 8 desolate tribe would still have a chance to invade again. Perhaps influenced by Ji Rumo, Gufeng seemed to have made up his mind and said loudly, Chang. Elder Si Ming, let us complete the last step and let the blood seal return to the boundless land. Let's chase those damned Bakra orcs out forever. At this moment, Gufeng's voice was resolute, and there was a hint of a manly spirit in it. Ji Rumo was a light magician. He used his life to drive He Yao away. He, Gufeng, was also a light magician. He could also give his all to protect the boundless land. That's right. We can't let Rumo die in vain. Everyone, please leave the Dutian blood seal. Gufeng and I will use the power of light to reconstruct the Dutian blood seal. Elder Si Ming regained his rationality after being sad. Chapter 1085. The Heaven's Mandate Mirror had fallen, but the crisis of the Blood Realm was still not over. At this time, sadness was no longer of any use. As one of the 8 barren divine artifacts, the Heaven's Mandate Mirror still guarded the will of the 8 great elites at the last moment. At the last moment, it sacrificed itself to block He Yao's attack. At this time, they couldn't let Ji Rumo's sacrifice go to waste. They had to complete the last step of the new Dutian blood seal. The basic drawing of the blood seal had been completed. The rest was up to Gufeng to merge the luminous sun ball and the magic formation into one. Yunsheng, tell Ling Er that I will always be here to pray for her. Gufeng's eyes were unusually determined. Gufeng, what's going on? After experiencing Ji Rumo's sudden death, Yunsheng was still a little sad. However, from Elder Si Ming's and Gufeng's tone, she could still hear something unusual. Could it be that drawing the new Dutian blood seal wasn't as simple as she and Ling Er thought? Don't you know that because of the lack of the 8 barren divine artifacts and the blood of the Bakra orcs, in order to reactivate the new Dutian blood seal, Gufeng must be the eye of the formation and use his light magic to form the new Dutian blood seal. Once the blood seal is formed, Gufeng must be sealed in the Dutian blood seal forever. Elder Si Ming looked at Yunsheng and the others' reactions. It seemed that they didn't know what Gufeng was going to do next. Elder Si Ming was suspicious, but Gufeng lowered his head and didn't say a word. Yunsheng and Qi were both stunned. With Goofing as the eye of the formation, he was going to be sealed in the new Dutian blood seal forever. Didn't that mean that Goofing had to stay here? He was like a candle, supporting the Dutian blood seal with his life. Why had Goofing, this silly boy, never mentioned it before? How could he sacrifice himself? Just when Yunsheng and Qi were about to dissuade Qi Muguan, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from behind them. Dong Wangling, and the Yuan family's siblings, who had gone to stop Qi Muguan and the others earlier, had also rushed over. Everyone was shocked by the corpses of the dark Qilin warriors on the ground, but when they heard Elder Si Ming's words, they were even more shocked. No! Dong Wangling's face was filled with tears. Just now, when Dong Wangling rushed over and saw the terrifying battle chi fluctuation coming from the Dutian blood seal, she knew that the powerful He Yao must be at the Dutian blood seal. She was afraid that something would happen to Goofing, so she ran all the way. At that time, Dong Wanglinger knew that in her heart, she had never been able to let go of Goofing. Dong Wangling regretted. What high hopes of her mother, the heavy responsibility of being the queen of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. At that moment, none of them were as important as Goofing's life and death. After all, she was not the Empress of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. She would rather be a little girl. When she arrived at the Dutian blood seal and saw Goofing's familiar figure, Dong Wangling let out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, she heard that Goofing was going to sacrifice himself and use the light sphere to restart the Dutian blood seal. She only felt that her head was buzzing. She couldn't hear anything, she couldn't see anything. There was only one voice in her heart. No matter what, she must stop Goofing. She couldn't live without Goofing. Goofing, did you forget that you promised to take care of me for the rest of my life, no matter what I become? Dong Wangling cried out. Hearing Dong Wangling's words, Goofing's heart ached. When Dong Wangling was harmed by the soul snake and almost became an idiot, Goofing had whispered those words to her countless times. He said that no matter if she became a princess or a commoner in the future, no matter if she grew old or ugly, he would never leave her and treat her the same. At that time, Dong Wangling didn't give Goofing any response. It was just that he didn't expect that she would reply to Goofing at this moment. She remembered. She actually remembered those words of his. Ling, I'm very sorry. I promised that I would always take care of you. But this time, I'm afraid that there's no other way. Seeing Ling's tear-filled face, Goofing's heart ached. He wanted to go forward, hug Dong Wangling and comfort her. However, he didn't even have the courage to go forward. Goofing resolutely turned around, no longer looking at Ling's sorrowful eyes. Goofing was never a brave person. He was worried that if he were to go forward, he would be moved by Ling's tears and change his original intention. No. Ling pounced forward and hugged Goofing from behind, ignoring everyone's gaze. She hugged his waist tightly, unwilling to let go. Compared to death, the pain of separation was more painful. Dong Wangling couldn't bear to be separated from Goofing in the future. Miss Dong Wang, please reconsider. The relationship between you and Goofing is very touching. However, if you insist on doing things your own way, whether it's the Boundless Continent or the Eastern Capital, the peace of the Boundless Continent for nearly 10,000 years will be destroyed. Countless people will be hurt under the iron hooves of the Bakra orcs, and the continent will never be peaceful again. Elder Si Ming sighed. In order to protect Yunxing, in order to protect the Boundless Continent, Ji Rumo was willing to give up the divine power that he had gathered for thousands of years to form his physical body. Goofing could only give up his personal feelings. Dong Wangling was also very clear that what Elder Si Ming said was right. However, her hands seemed to have lost control. No matter what, she refused to let go of Goofing. She knew that once she let go, she would never have the chance to see Goofing again. Feeling the girl's soft body and her hot tears wet his clothes, Goofing bit his lips until he tasted blood. He choked with sobs in his throat. He resisted, not allowing himself to be shaken, and not letting Ling discover his sadness. Ling I am a coward. In this life, I will only be brave this time. I can't bear to leave you. However, for the safety of the continent, and also for you and the Donghuang dynasty, for Yunsheng and the others, and for everyone, I have to do this. Goofing struggled to break free from Ling Er's hands, leaving her with an empty back. Donghuang Ling couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Yunsheng walked up to her and hugged her shoulders tightly. Donghuang Ling cried as she looked at Goofing and Elder Ximing. Yunsheng, he doesn't want me anymore. When her father died, Donghuang Ling didn't cry. When her brother became a fool, Donghuang Ling didn't cry. Even when she cut off her feelings for Goofing, Donghuang Ling also held back her tears. However, this time, she couldn't hold it back anymore. She cried like a helpless child. Ling it's not that he doesn't want you anymore. He wants to protect you, to protect us. Yunsheng's eyes were red. She also couldn't bear to part with Goofing. However, Goofing's decision was right. If she was Goofing, she would also do the same. Goofing had always been regarded as the weakest among them. However, this time, he was stronger than anyone else. Chapter 1086. Seeing that Donghuang Ling was still crying, Yunsheng could only harden her heart and secretly activate the power of the Dark Needle. A dark needle shot into Donghuang Ling sleeping acupoint. Donghuang Ling felt her body go numb and sleepy. She leaned on Yunsheng's body and fell asleep. Seeing this, Goofing nodded at Yunsheng gratefully. Yunsheng had always been the one who understood him the most. Unexpectedly, Yunsheng glared at Goofing fiercely. Goofing, you bastard. How dare you hide such an important thing from us? Remember, you must succeed and wait for us in the Dutian blood seal. I will definitely find a way to get you out. Yunsheng secretly swore in her heart that she would definitely not let Goofing be sealed in the blood seal. She would definitely think of a way. That's right, Goofing. Not only is Ling waiting for you, we are also waiting for you. You must hold on until Yunsheng and I find a way to save you, Qi said in unison. Seeing the sincere eyes of his friends and their determined voices, Goofing's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He nodded solemnly. No matter when, he, Yunsheng, Qi, and Ling would always be together. Goofing and Elder Ximing stood in the middle of the newly drawn heavenly blood seal. Goofing, Rumo is right. You are the one who can see the most clearly among all of us. You are also very lucky to have a group of companions who are willing to go through life and death for you. Elder Ximing looked at Goofing with a new gaze. Just now, the words of Yunsheng and Goofing's group of companions had deeply touched Elder Ximing. All along, the Temple of Dharma had been protecting Wuji and its people. However, when faced with real danger, they were not as resolute as a normal magician like Goofing. This group of young magicians might not be able to compete with the powerful Bakra orcs with their current strength. However, they had unshakable faith and the most sincere friendship. One day, this group of people would grow and become the backbone of the boundless world. However, don't worry. Before Rumo died, he injected half of his mana into this magic array. This way, your consumption will be greatly reduced. After you use the light sun ball, I will put you into a state of suspended animation for a while. This way, you will consume less life mana. If there is a day, you will be able to replace you and become the eye of the array. Perhaps there will be a day when you will meet again. Elder's words stunned Goofing's words. But, Elder Si Ming, if you do that, won't you? If he did that, Elder Si Ming's mana would be greatly depleted. Just like Ji Rumo, Elder Si Ming had also used a large amount of mana to draw the magic array. If he helped Goofing, his mana would be almost completely depleted. In that case, wouldn't he? The Emperor Zhao in red was dead, and so was Ji Rumo. Elder Si Ming was suddenly enlightened. All the grudges and hatred were no longer important. The most important thing now was to help Goofing reactivate the Dutian blood seal. As long as he could do that, Elder Si Ming would not hesitate even if he had to sacrifice his cultivation. Before He Yao escaped, he tore open another crack in space. This crack undoubtedly caused the Dutian blood seal to be damaged even more. Only when Goofing obtained more power could the Dutian blood seal be successfully reconstructed. Having lived to this age, this old man is already nearing the end of his life. I have no regrets even if I die. There is already a successor on the continent. Elder Si Ming looked at the young men and women outside the Dutian blood seal with relief. This battle was exceptionally cruel, but it also gave Elder Si Ming hope. Even if the Law Temple was no longer around, there would still be many outstanding magicians on the continent. Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, the magician elite camp of the continent. He could go without worry. Goofing still wanted to say something. However, Elder Si Ming shook his head and suddenly chanted. His law spirit appeared in his body. The power of his law spirit was like warm sunlight. Strands of mana flowed into Goofing's body without reservation. Goofing's law spirit, which was originally not very strong, was nourished by Elder Si Ming's law spirit. It was like a sprout that was nourished by the spring rain, rapidly growing stronger and stronger. Peak Sky Magician, Saint-level Law Overlord, Goofing's light law spirit was rapidly expanding. Witnessing this scene, apart from being shocked, the crowd could not help but feel deeply moved by Elder Si Ming's actions. He was sacrificing his life in exchange for the future of the continent. If Goofing's power increased, the new Dutian blood seal would be stronger, and the chances of stopping the invasion of the Bakra orcs would increase greatly. Just as Goofing was absorbing Elder Si Ming's mana, the air above the Dutian blood realm was churning. At that moment, at the entrance of the blood realm that was dozens of meters wide. About 100 miles away from the entrance of the blood realm, in the chaos zone, several groups of people were rushing toward the boundless continent. This time, there were two groups of people from different Bahuang tribes. Among them, there were handsome D clan warriors. Most of them were about 189 meters tall, wearing purple battle helmets and holding sharp spears. On the other side, there were Golden Rock warriors from the 9 Phoenix tribe. Each of them was like the wind, and their footsteps were neat. However, unlike the Black Chelan tribe who took the lead earlier, the pace of these troops was not hurried, especially the Golden Rock warriors of the 9 Phoenix tribe. One must know that the 9 Phoenix tribe had always been known as the tribe with the best movement techniques and the fastest speed among the 8 Wastelands beasts. However, this time, after the beast god Alter gave the order to invade the boundless continent, Green, as the young leader of the 9 Phoenix tribe, was lazy. From the time he gathered his troops to the time he sent them out, everything was done slowly. It did not look like he was going to war at all. Instead, he looked like he was going on a sightseeing tour. Green, according to your speed, by the time you reach the boundless land, I'm afraid that the Black Chelan tribe and the other tribes will have already seized the opportunity. Seeing his good friend like this, Purple could not bear to continue watching, and he glanced at his good friend with some resentment. After all, the 9 Phoenix tribe and the D clan were the superior beast tribes among the Bakra orcs. If the two of them did not get any military merits after sending out their troops, they would not be able to report back to their superiors. I heard that He Yao is going out personally. The result is the same even if we arrive early or late. The group of men from the Black Chelan tribe are typical battle maniacs. A man in a green robe stood beside Purple. If it wasn't for Purple directly calling out Green's name, it would be very hard for anyone to believe that the little Shota Green of the 9-1 clan, who was still as beautiful as a young girl 3 years ago, would actually undergo such a huge change in just a few short years. New Year's Eve, remember to throw away your monthly ticket. Chapter 1087. Green no longer looked like a 13 or 14-year-old boy. His figure was a little thinner than Z, the strong young patriarch of the D clan. However, both of them were about the same height, about 1.9 meters. Luan was a kind of Bakra orcs with the bloodline of the phoenix. The men and women of Bakra orcs mostly had outstanding looks, but they also had the powerful strength of the phoenix. As the young master of the 9-1 tribe, Green was very beautiful since birth. But compared to the youthful beauty of a few years ago, Green was becoming more and more beautiful after fusing with the 9-1 king's relic. His eyes were like stars, his lips were like cherry blossoms, his skin was as white as porcelain, and his figure was as elegant as a jade tree. But if anyone thought that Green's strength was as harmless as his appearance, they would be wrong. Because his eyes would inadvertently flash with a trace of sharpness. The effect of the 9-1 king's relic was gradually revealed on his body. Green, did you really slow down on purpose just to avoid He Yao's attack? Disbelief was written all over Z Kuku's face. It was undeniable that the Black Chelan tribe was very strong, but the 9-1 tribe and the D clan were not soft persimmons. Would Green really be afraid of He Yao and his daughter? Perhaps not. Green pursed his lips, his eyes glimmered like a wrinkled lake in the spring breeze. Unconsciously, a face appeared in his mind. It was a face with various expressions, angry, emotionless, and cold. But no matter what kind of expression fell on that woman, it was exceptionally beautiful. Yun Xing. This time, I will meet you again. Green's heart unconsciously became nervous. Z was right, he was not afraid of He Yao, although He Yao was strong, but with the beast god altar, and with the D clan, even He Yao could not do anything to them. But, if he met Yun Xing, what should he do? Once the Dutian blood seal was destroyed, the relationship between the human race and the Bakra orcs would be like fire and water. A war between the two races would break out at any moment. As the young clan leader of the 9 Phoenix tribe, he would definitely take the lead and kill the human race. However, if the person standing in front of him was Yun Xing, what would he do? Green hesitated. Suddenly, there was a magical fluctuation in front of them. A figure staggered into their line of sight. It's Chi Muguan. Why is he alone? I heard that the boss serpent tribe sent out several hundred elites this time, saying that they want to take first place. Her purple eyes were filled with curiosity. Seeing Green and Purple, Chi Muguan's face inevitably turned a little ugly. He pretended not to see them and turned around to leave. He had only taken a few steps when a flash appeared in front of his eyes. Purple had already stopped him. Chi Muguan's expression became even more awkward. He had been hoping to be the first to occupy the boundless continent, but he had ended up worse off. Not only had he failed to gain any benefits, but he had also been annihilated. Furthermore, his dermic soul had been damaged. This matter definitely could not be discovered by Purple and Green. Chi Muguan is a member of the 8 Wastelands Beast clans. You're leaving without even saying goodbye. What is the meaning of this? Z didn't have a good impression of the boss serpent tribe. However, seeing them acting suspiciously, she couldn't help being a bit suspicious. Purple glanced at Chi Muguan a few times. When her gaze landed on Chi Muguan's eyes, it was as if there were needles on his back. It was as embarrassing as it could be. I found the entrance to the Blood Realm and was about to inform everyone. Coincidentally, I met you guys. Chi Mugwan was unlucky, but he did not want others to have it easy either. When he saw that purple and green were strong, a vicious plan suddenly appeared in his mind. Chi Mugwan thought to himself, I'll send you two to your deaths. When the time comes, you will end up like me. Let's see if you still dare to laugh at me. Oh, where is the entrance to the Blood Realm? Green raised his eyebrows and asked casually. It's not far ahead. Hurry up and go. If you are late and other beasts get there first, it will be too late for regrets. Chi Mugwan was secretly happy that green and purple had fallen for his trick. There's no time to lose. Let's go there right away. Ziyi gave the order, and the D clan's warriors rushed forward without stopping. Wait. Green pressed down on Chi Mugwan's shoulder and suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Chi Mugwan screamed in pain. His right shoulder had been dislocated. Green, you lunatic, what are you doing? Chi Mugwan was in so much pain that his eyes turned white. He almost fainted. Chi Mugwan, what kind of person are you? Why are you so kind? Tell me, what happened in the Dutian Blood Realm? Green's handsome face came closer. In Chi Mugwan's eyes, he only felt that it was incomparably ferocious. I am telling the truth. Chi Mugwan would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. Since you are not willing to tell the truth, don't blame me for being merciless. 9 Phoenix Inheritance, Soul Search. Green snorted coldly. In between his hands, a 5-colored soul energy was injected into Chi Mugwan's body. The 5-colored soul energy was different from normal magic power and Duki. It seeped into the skin and rushed toward Chi Mugwan's Dharma spirit in an instant. The 9 Phoenix clan, D clan, and Black Cheelan clan were called superior beast clans. They did not have the tyrannical warrior physique of the Black Cheelan clan, nor did they have the D clan's talent in healing. However, the 9 Phoenix clan had a talent that other beast clans could not compare to. That was the ability to cultivate soul energy. Green's first inheritance was Soul Search. It could forcefully search a person's real memory. However, if the control of Soul Search was not controlled properly, it could easily damage the Dharma spirit. If the Dharma spirit was damaged, it would affect the later cultivation. A few years ago, Green did not like to use Soul Search. However, ever since he returned from the Dutian Blood Realm, his temperament had changed. His attacks were also much more vicious. Purple saw this and was very happy. This made Green even more suitable to lead the 9 Phoenix clan and fight against the Black Cheelan clan. Purple had long realized that although Green looked sloppy, in reality, Green was much more talented than him and He Lin Lin. It was just that this kid was too lazy and kept a low profile in the early years. Chi Mugwan, this kid, had hit the nail on the head. In order to deceive Green and Purple, Chi Mugwan pretended that he was fine. However, Green felt that his breathing was rapid. Furthermore, the magic waves around his body were much weaker than usual. After searching for a while, Green's face darkened. Chi Mugwan, you actually dared to deceive us. Chi Mugwan's memory was completely restored. He had been attacked by one of the 8 barren divine weapons, Donghuang Qing, and an unknown divine weapon. Furthermore, not long after Chi Mugwan escaped from the Bloody Sky Metropolis world, he felt the power of another 8 barren divine implement. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the 8 barren divine implement had clashed directly with the Black Cheelan clan. The power of that divine implement was much stronger than Donghuang Qing's. Not long after that divine weapon appeared, the aura of the Black Cheelan warriors in the Blood Realm disappeared. Everyone, Happy New Year. I wish everyone a Happy New Year. Chapter 1088. What? The aura of the Black Cheelan clan disappeared. How is that possible? The Black Qilin clan sent out 1,000 warriors, led by He Yao and He Linlin. Z couldn't believe it. Even the warriors of the D clan and the 9 Phoenix clan didn't believe it, let alone Z. The 1,000 elites of the Black Qilin clan weren't easy to deal with. He Yao alone was more powerful than tens of thousands of people. He Yao was known as the most powerful leader of the Bakra orcs in recent years. Even the leaders of the 9 Phoenix clan and the D clan might not be able to defeat him. The soul-searching can't be wrong. The humans have probably found other 8 barren artifacts. If I'm not wrong, the artifact that defeated He Yao is the legendary Heavenly Fate Mirror, which can reflect all magic and combat skills. Green had studied the 8 barren artifacts. Among the 8 barren artifacts, most of them were controlled by humans. Only the Heavenly Mandate Mirror was stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Rather than saying that He Yao was defeated by the Heavenly Mandate Mirror, it was more accurate to say that he was defeated by himself. In that case, doesn't the human clan have 2 8 barren divine artifacts? Purple was also frightened. No, the humans are cunning. I'm afraid they have more than 2 divine weapons. Green thought that the humans must have other 8 barren divine weapons. Qi Muguan, how dare you lie to us? Do you believe that I'll kill you? Qi's face was frosty. He almost fell for it. He lifted Qi Muguan up and was about to flare up. I'm the young leader of the Bash tribe. If you dare to hurt me, my father won't let you go, Qi Muguan shouted. Let him go. Green gave Z a look. Z had no choice but to let go. Qi Muguan hurriedly crawled up and fled in a sorry state. Why didn't you let me kill him? Z hated people like Qi Muguan who backstabbed others. It's not time to kill him yet. I left a soul seed in his Dharma soul. Green's eyes were deep. Z's eyes narrowed. Green had planted a soul seed in Qi Muguan's Dharma soul in an instant just now. As Green's best friend since childhood, Purple was one of the few people who knew about Green's inheritance. Green's first inheritance was the soul search that he had used on Qi Muguan earlier. The second inheritance was the soul devouring. It was to absorb the opponent's magic soul for his own use. Green's third inheritance was obtained after he obtained the 9-1 King Saraira. It was also Green's most powerful inheritance, the Soul Seed. The Soul Seed was a special kind of magic power. It could absorb the power of a person's mana soul without anyone noticing. Once the Soul Seed matured, the person who was planted with the Soul Seed would become a puppet, completely under Green's control. After that, the Blue Hell Wolf tribe and the Celestial Fox people arrived one after another. What's the matter with the other tribes? How dare they defy the Beast God Altar's order? When we return, I must report this to the first priest. The third priest was originally going to travel with the fifth priest. However, the fifth priest was greedy and rushed into the Dutian blood world first. Thus, the third priest was left alone. Once she left, there was no news of her. The third priest tried to contact her several times, but he could not reach her. The third priest did not expect that the fifth priest had met with misfortune. After all, in the third priest's opinion, the fifth priest's ability to control corpses was unmatched by the human race. He thought that the fifth priest had colluded with the Black Qilin tribe to steal the credit. Thus, the third priest was anxious to enter the blood world. However, when he forcefully broke through the seal of the blood world, he discovered that the human race's magic barrier seemed to have changed. Originally, after the Dutian blood seal collapsed, the magic barrier between the 8 desolates and the boundless continent was constantly weakening. In the end, the magic barrier would completely disappear. However, after searching for a while, the third priest discovered that the magic barrier, which was originally weak, was constantly strengthening. This trend shocked the third priest. There was only one possibility for the magic barrier to keep strengthening. That was, the human race had found a way to redraw the Dutian blood seal. Happy Year of the Goat. Happy New Year to everyone. May everything go well and be healthy. Chapter 1089. The humans are repairing the Dutian blood seal. We have to kill them before they repair it. Otherwise, once the blood seal is reconstructed, it will be difficult to invade again. The other clans have not arrived yet, so let's not wait for them. All of you, listen to my orders. Split up. I want to force my way through and stop the humans from reconstructing the heavenly blood seal. What the third shaman meant was that he wanted the other tribes to cooperate with him. Although the other Bakra Orcs warriors were unwilling, they could not disobey the third shaman because he was from the beast god altar. Therefore, the third shaman and the Bakra Orcs led their respective forces and started to attack. At this time, Gufeng had obtained most of Elder Si Ming's Dharma soul power and was on the verge of breaking through to transcendence. However, right at this moment, several powerful energy ripples appeared in the sky above the metropolis blood seal. Not good, there are at least 4 Bakra Orcs forces trying to break into the blood world. Everyone outside the Dutian blood seal looked up at the sky. Everyone, stop the beasts for now. After 15 minutes, we can reconstruct the Dutian blood seal, Elder Si Ming shouted. As soon as he finished speaking. Bang, bang, in the sky, many black shadows rushed out. Those black shadows rushed towards the core area of the Dutian blood seal where Gufeng and Elder Si Ming were at. Obviously, the other party already knew that Gufeng and the others were the key to reconstructing the blood seal this time. At this moment, Senior Sister Lan and the others also rushed over with their people. The situation is urgent. Everyone, spread out immediately. We only need 15 more minutes. Yunxing and the others had finished their discussion in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, they split into 4 different forces and flew toward the forces of the 8 wasteland beast clans. Sister Lan led the continent's magic elite camp, Yun Sanglang and Yuan Buku led the hunter corps, Yunsheng and Ling led a group of magical beasts, and Yi Baiming and Tycoon Jin formed an army. On the boundless continent side, 4 teams were swiftly formed, and they headed towards the 4 directions of the Dutian bloodstains. Tisk, ignorant humans, you actually dare to obstruct my Blue Abyss Wolf clan. The people who bumped into Sister Lan and the others were the Blue Abyss Wolves of the 8 Desolation tribe. The wolf warriors of the dark green wolf tribe howled at the sky wolf and turned into werewolf warriors. The snow domain is frozen. A trace of coldness flashed across Senior Sister Lan's face. Enemies were truly bound to meet on a narrow road. Earlier, she'd once suffered a loss at the hands of the young patriarch of the Green Nether Wolves, Qingya. This time, she wanted to take revenge. Ice-blue water element surged out from Blue's body. In an instant, several wolf warriors of the Blue Nether Wolf tribe were sealed in ice. Kill. The mages of the elite mage camp from the continent all displayed their abilities. They charged forward like fleas and killed the werewolves. Humans. I am Rita from the Behemoth tribe. If you have the guts, fight me. The leader of the Behemoth tribe this time was the ugly female giant Rita. She had successfully merged with a portion of the Behemoth King Sarira. She charged forward and swung her arms like 2 sticks. In an instant, many of the hunters from the Heaven Extermination hunting troop were flung away. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky like a javelin. The person swept his right arm and swept away a few hunters who were about to land on the ground. He actually managed to defuse Rita's energy. Yun Sanglong from the Zhou state is here to challenge you. Yun Sanglong's figure was tall and sturdy. He could tell that Rita was very powerful. Normal hunters were definitely not her match. You are quite a man. You are qualified to fight me. Rita laughed loudly. The two of them jumped up at the same time. Like two ferocious tigers, their intense chi rubbed against the air, giving off a burning smell. On the other side, Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger also bumped into the people from the Celestial Fox tribe. This time, the Celestial Fox tribe also sent out a few hundred fox warriors. This person was one of the generals under the chief of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qinqiu. You are not the saint. Just when he was about to unleash his power, he suddenly saw Yunsheng, who was leading the group. Needless to say, this person mistook Yunsheng for the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Listen, I don't want to fight with you. If you back off quickly, I can spare your lives. When Yunsheng saw the people from the Celestial Fox people, she thought of Hu Xing, who died an unjust death. In fact, Yunsheng didn't have any grudges with the Celestial Fox people. She also had half of the bloodline of the Celestial Fox people. Who knew that not only did Yunsheng's words not receive the gratitude of the Celestial Fox people, but the Celestial Fox magician who was leading the group sneered. Warriors of the Celestial Fox people, listen to my orders. The chief has given the order. Hu Xing is not a woman and is colluding with humans. Everyone has the right to kill him. Whoever kills Hu Xing will be rewarded 10,000 gold coins. Ever since Hu Xing fell to the boundless world, the chief of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qianqiu, saw her as a great humiliation. Therefore, he gave the order to kill both inside and outside the clan. When Yunsheng heard that, the last bit of pity in her heart disappeared. She sneered. If you want to kill me, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Yunsheng's heart moved. She didn't even bother to use her magic. Behind her, the ground started to rumble. The expressions of the Celestial Fox warriors, who were previously proud, changed drastically. Countless black ants crawled out from the ground. In the sky, a large number of night charm warriors pounced over like dark clouds. 100-legged ant generals, night charm queen, capture their leader alive. As for the rest, kill them all. Yunsheng raised her eyebrows coldly. In an instant, miserable cries sounded. Those Celestial Fox warriors fell down layer by layer under the attack of the astonishing number of ant soldiers and night charm warriors. Very quickly, that Celestial Fox magician who was still arrogant earlier was dragged in front of Yunsheng. Looking at Yunsheng's murderous face, that Celestial Fox magician suddenly realized that this female magician who looked almost identical to the Celestial Fox people's saintess Hu Xing was not their saintess. The Fox clan was cunning. He quickly bent his knees and kowtowed to Yunsheng. Honorable female magician, I was blind. I beg you to let me go. Let me ask you, why did you want to kill Hu Xing? Yunsheng grabbed the Celestial Fox magician. I'll tell you everything. There were rumors that the saintess Hu Xing was sold to the auction house of the human race and became a promiscuous female slave. The clan leader was furious and imprisoned the saintess's mother. He ordered that if anyone saw the saintess, they were to kill her. The Celestial Fox magician was frightened by Yunsheng and spilled everything. Who was the one who spread the news? Did anyone verify it? When Yunsheng and Dong Huang Linger heard that, they both felt that Hu Xing had surrendered. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, the saintess's reputation has been damaged. Even if she were to return to the Celestial Fox tribe, only death awaits her. That Celestial Fox magician who was sandwiched between the two women had a terrified look on his face. Chapter 1090. Yunsheng's eyes turned cold bit by bit. Her lips curled up into a smile. When that Celestial Fox magus saw Yunsheng smile, he only felt a chill in his heart. Bang! An extremely violent magic power shot down from the sky and hit the head of that Celestial Fox magus. The magus didn't even have the chance to scream before he was struck by the dark heavenly thorn and turned into a pile of charcoal. Poor Hu Xing. Before she died, her only wish was for Yun Xing to bring her ashes back to the celestial fox tribe. However, her people had never planned to welcome her back. Yun Xing, Hu Xing's ashes. Dong Linger's face was filled with sadness. She felt that Hu Xing's death wasn't worth it. Like Yun Xing, Dong Linger also vaguely guessed that Hu Xing didn't want to be a burden to others. Another reason was that she hoped that Yun Xing could go to the 8 Wastelands continent on her behalf and save the declining celestial fox tribe. However, the celestial fox people's actions had already made Yun Xing completely disappointed in them. I will bring Hu Xing's ashes back and save her mother. As for the celestial fox tribe, it has nothing to do with me whether they are strong or weak. Yun Xing looked around and realized that the situation of the battle was better than she had expected. Sister Lan, second uncle, and the others had basically controlled the other party. However, the third priest's expression didn't look too good. Damn it. These humans do have some skills. They actually blocked all the attacks from the surroundings. The third priest roared. His eyes were filled with anger. However, when he saw that the ones who were blocking him were only 2 humans, the third priest felt a sense of hope. The ones in charge of protecting Gufeng and Chang Si-ming were the Golden Qilin Yi Baiming and Tycoon Jin. Seeing that the other party was just a beast and a human, the third priest and the people of the beast god altar behind him all revealed victorious smiles. I advise the 2 of you to quickly retreat. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The third priest gave an order, and behind him, nearly 100 beast god altar martial artists pulled off their robes in unison. The third priest was a martial artist. His subordinates were all martial artists. These people were like soldiers who had undergone strict training. Their muscles were strong, as if they were carved from marble. These martial artists of the beast god altar had all been baptized by the holy water of the beast god altar. Their bodies were much tougher than humans. Their bodies could penetrate the toughest shields, and their iron fists could directly penetrate the toughest armor. However, the third priest's words did not receive the response he deserved. The eyes of the person on the left under his robes suddenly brightened. His figure took a ghostly step forward, and with 2 booms, he threw out 2 heavy punches. The wind from the fists was like a flood. The third priest and the martial artists of the beast god altar only felt the air around them tremble. The fierce fists were like spring thunder, sweeping over like raindrops. The astonishing power of the fists actually landed on the martial artist of the beast god altar at the front. Pang! That martial artist's body flew backwards, rolling on the ground. His sternum shattered, and his heart was directly shattered. With just 1 punch, the martial artists of the beast god altar were completely unable to resist. Ignorant fool! Kill him! The third priest's expression changed slightly. The martial artists of the beast god altar did not care about their numbers. They swarmed forward, trying to use numbers to suppress the human. However, the most terrifying thing was yet to come. After that person was surrounded, not only did he not show any signs of defeat, on the contrary, he seemed to be completely unafraid of the attacks of the martial artists of the beast god altar. Punching left and right, he consecutively sent several martial artists flying. That momentum was unstoppable. What the hell was that thing? The third priest rushed forward, wanting to kill Tyrant Jean. But at this moment, a golden figure flashed, blocking the third priest's path. The third priest did not see who it was. He only saw his palm reach out, grabbing at the person blocking his path. But at this moment, a ball of flame exploded in front of him. The opponent's mouth spat out many magic attacks. Magician! The third priest's expression changed, and he floated back a few steps. Just as he dodged several magic attacks, he suddenly heard a biting cold claw wind, weaving into a sky full of claw shadows, like a heavenly net, enveloping the third priest. What kind of magic beast was this? It knew magic, and it also knew battle techniques. The sudden change in battle techniques, in addition to the magic attacks from before, caused the third priest to panic. For a moment, he also lost his mind. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, one could hear a figure shooting out from within the prime heaven blood seal like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Yun Sheng. Quickly, look, it's Gufeng. Dong Huangling was extremely excited as she raised her head. It turned out that 15 minutes had already passed. In the sky, the person standing there was none other than Gufeng. On Gufeng's body, his magic soul emitted a boundless golden light. Gufeng had broken through to become a magic god. Gufeng seemed to have grown several years older in an instant. On his originally round face, there was an additional layer of holy light. On his back, a pair of magic wings flapped, and he was already hovering in midair, just like a rising sun. For close to 10,000 years, the Dutian blood realm had been shrouded in evil aura, and had never seen light. At this moment, light magic penetrated through the evil aura, illuminating every corner. Ancient magic incantations flowed out from the mouth of the ancient mountain like flowing water. At this moment, everyone stopped fighting and looked at the sky together. But at this moment, Yun Sheng's eyebrows twitched. She suddenly saw two figures flying towards the sky. When Green and Purple, who had been watching in the dark, saw Gufeng flying into the sky, they also flew into the sky at the same time. They already knew that Gufeng was the key to this Dutian blood seal. Almost at the same time, Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling also flew into the sky without hesitation. Yun Sheng, it's you. When Green saw Yun Sheng, he was absent-minded for a moment. After not seeing each other for 3 years, Yun Sheng had become even more attractive to him. Her temperament was as cold as ice, yet as beautiful as fire. In the cold wind, Yun Sheng's long hair danced in the wind. In Green's eyes, there was only her. Green recognized Yun Sheng, but Yun Sheng did not immediately recognize Green. You know me. Whether you know me or not, get out of here. Yun Sheng was not polite at all. Her figure flashed, and a 1,000-year-old ice cither appeared in her hand. Green hesitated for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. He stopped Purple. Purple wanted to say something but stopped. At this moment, the magic power emitted by the ball of light quickly spread out. A ball of light as bright as the rising sun rose from Gufeng's body and spread towards the direction of the Dutian blood seal. The range of the ball of light was constantly expanding. It's a success. Yun Sheng and Dong Huangling were nervous and excited. The powerful light magic power emitted by the ball of light made the Bakra orcs feel as if they had seen the light in the darkness. They did not dare to stay any longer and fled like the ebbing tide. Tisk, it's a failure. Let's go. Violet tugged at Green, ignoring the fact that he was still staring at Yun Sheng. She tossed out a magic scroll and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1091. The light magic power of the ball of light continued to expand. It was as if light had returned to the continent. On the horizon of the Dutian blood realm, a semicircular ball of light slowly spread out. To the invading Bakra orcs, the new blood seal that contained the purest light magic was like a scourge. The third priest and the others saw that they couldn't stop it and didn't dare to stay any longer. They could only immediately leave the blood realm. In the blood realm, the evil chi that had been fleeing in all directions was shrouded. Those blood cloud beasts that had been restless for the past few days because of the evil aura also calmed down. Look! The entrance to the blood realm has also disappeared. Sister Lan and the others looked at the sky. The entrance to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia that had been forcefully torn apart by He Yao was like snow meeting the sun of March, quickly shrinking until it completely disappeared. In the sky above the Dutian realm of blood, the evil aura gradually disappeared. The boundary between the Eight Desolates continent and the Boundless continent stabilized once again. Gufeng. After Dong Wanglinger rejoiced, she suddenly realized that once the new Dutian blood imprint was formed, it meant that from today onwards, she and Gufeng would be separated forever. Dong Wangling struggled free from Yunxing's grasp. She wanted to rush into the new Dutian blood seal. However, the moment she came into contact with the wall of the Dutian blood seal, she was immediately bounced back. The new Dutian blood seal, which had fused with the power of Gufeng's luminous sun sphere, was indestructible. Ling didn't give up. She charged at the Dutian blood seal again and again, but she was bounced back. She looked at Gufeng with a smile on his face. His body was glowing brightly. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "Gufeng, let me in too. I'll accompany you. I'll accompany you to guard the Dutian blood seal. Ling, promise me that you won't be sad anymore." Gufeng looked at Dong Ling tenderly. She was the first woman he liked in his life, and the only woman he had ever liked. "I've only become the eye of the formation. Remember, I will always be here to protect you. You must become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty." His body eventually turned into a ray of light and was branded into the Dutian blood seal, becoming the eye of the formation that maintained the new Dutian blood seal. Dong Ling knelt in front of the Dutian blood print and looked at the place where Gufeng had disappeared. "Ling, don't be sad. Gufeng hasn't disappeared. We will definitely find a way to bring Gufeng back to your side," Yunxing comforted her softly. Yunxing could sense that Gufeng was not dead. He was like the guardian of the Dutian blood realm. He was just using his own methods to protect the continent, protect them, and protect Ling. "I won't be sad. I promised him that I will become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty." Dong Ling stopped crying. She slowly stood up. The tears on her beautiful face had yet to dry, but Dong Ling's gaze was different. To Dong Ling, being separated from Gufeng was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. In the long years that followed, she kept her promise to Gufeng and brought the originally weak Eastern Imperial Dynasty back to prosperity. Dong Ling also became the greatest empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. These were all stories for later. After the blood seal was formed and it was confirmed that there were no more Bakra orcs in the blood realm, Yunxing, Ling, Elder Si Ming, Sister Lan, and the others also returned to the Dutian relay station. In order to commemorate the sacrifices made by Gufeng and Ji Rumo in the reconstruction of the Dutian blood seal, Elder Si Ming and the people of the Dutian relay station erected a magician's sacred monument at the entrance of the Dutian blood realm. On it, the names of Ji Rumo and Gufeng were engraved. Yunxing, Ling, don't be sad. Although the new Dutian blood seal has been formed, the effects of the blood seal's collapse are still very bad. The Great Elder and Elder Si Ming have discussed it. The Magician's Temple will work with the continent's Magician's Elite Camp. After Sister Lan comforted Yunxing and Dong Ling, she also brought some new decisions made by the continent's Magician's Elite Camp. The Emperor Zhao in red had fallen, and the Zhao state had fallen into a state without a ruler. Elder Si Ming decided to return to Penglai and disband the Zhao state. As for Sister Lan, she would lead the continent's Magician's Elite Camp to work with the Hunters Guild to clean up the blood cloud beasts that escaped from the blood realm and the civilians that were injured by the blood qi. Dong Ling decided to return to the eastern capital alone. Yunxing, you don't have to worry about me. Just as you said, Gufeng is still by my side. I will come to the Blood Realm to visit him from time to time. I heard that after He Yao escaped, Duge Xiao also disappeared. With that, the power that suppressed the Donghuang dynasty in the past has also completely disappeared. This is a great opportunity for me to reorganize the dynasty. Donghuang Ling and Yunxing reluctantly bid farewell. Although Yunxing also wanted to accompany Donghuang Ling back to the eastern capital, Donghuang Ling rejected her. Donghuang Ling knew that Yunxing had many more important things to do. After Ji Rumo's death, the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key was still a mystery. Yunxing still needed to find the Netherworld Ghost Key and find a way to save her mother. This was also the most urgent thing for Yunxing to do right now. The Golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, also needed to find a way to restore his human body as soon as possible. Hu Xing's ashes also needed to be sent back to the Eight Desolates continent as soon as possible. Yunxing also had too many responsibilities. Be careful. If there are any problems, immediately contact me through the Hunters Guild. Yunxing looked at Ling Er's haggard face and sighed. She, Gufeng, Ling and abandoned thought that they would be together forever. She didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the four of them would be separated from each other. She didn't know when they would meet again. Yunxing, before I leave, I have something to tell you. Cherish the people in front of you. Don't be like me, only regretting it when I lose them. Donghuang Ling looked behind Yunxing. Not far away, the Golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, was following behind Yunxing. When Donghuang Ling found out that Dollar was Yi Baiming, she was extremely shocked. However, when she saw Yi Baiming giving up the chance to restore his human body and staying behind to look after Yunxing, Donghuang Ling was moved by his infatuation. Yi Baiming wasn't goofing. Donghuang Ling believed that Yunxing and Yi Baiming wouldn't follow in the footsteps of her and Gufeng. She hoped that her good friend would become the happiest woman in the world. With a smile on her face, Donghuang Ling boarded the flying demonic beast that was heading towards the eastern capital. The flying demonic beast disappeared into the horizon. Only when Yunxing couldn't see Donghuang Ling anymore did she turn around. Behind her, Dollar was lying on the ground. His golden eyes were staring at Yunxing without blinking. Yunxing walked forward. Dollar stood up unhurriedly and wagged his tail at Yunxing in a fawning manner. Yunxing saw his conflicted look of wanting to go forward, but was afraid that Yunxing would explode. Yunxing saw this and was both angry and amused. She could not help but laugh out loud. She walked forward and sat on Dollar's back. Night Fox, let's go and find the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key. Chapter 1092. When Yunxing said this, her eyes were filled with gentleness. She wrapped her arms around Dollar's head and pressed her face against Dollar's scales. Through the delicate scales, Yunxing could hear the strong heartbeat in the Qilin's chest. Thinking back, Yi Baiming didn't hesitate to give up the opportunity to regain his human form and stay. Yunxing felt that she was very happy. Yunxing's sudden kindness made Yi Baiming feel as if he was struck by lightning. The unique fragrance of Yunxing's body hit him in the face. Dollar only felt that his bones were going soft. She's not angry anymore. Dollar was flattered. He thought that after his identity was exposed this time, he would be ignored by Yunxing for a while. Unexpectedly, she wasn't angry. Dollar's bones became lighter and he didn't hear it clearly at all. He only knew that the little wild cat wasn't angry with him. As long as she wasn't angry, he would go wherever the little wild cat wanted him to go. Yunxing originally planned to punish Yi Baiming, but after experiencing Gufeng and Ling Yunxing was also deeply touched. There were indeed many difficulties between her and Yi Baiming, but no difficulties were difficult compared to the difference between Gufeng and Dong Huangling. Even if Yi Baiming became a demonic beast, at least he was always by her side to protect her. Just this point alone was enough. Therefore, Yunxing planned to let bygones be bygones for Yi Baiming's earlier concealment. Yunxing didn't tell Yi Baiming that in her heart, she already had an idea. After dealing with the matter of her mother, Hu Jiuxing, she planned to make a trip to the Ba Huang continent. In addition to sending Hu Xing's ashes back and saving Hu Xing's mother, she also wanted to find the Qilin king Saraira. This way, Yi Baiming would be able to regain his true form. However, Yunxing didn't intend to tell Yi Baiming about this for the time being. If he found out, he would definitely not agree. And right now, he had to deal with the matter of his mother, Hu Jiuxing. Before Yunxing and Dollar left the Dutian blood world, they returned to the Dutian station. Yuan Bupe and his sister were still there. Yunxing had already heard from Dong Huangling that if it wasn't for Yuan Bupe, she probably wouldn't have been able to stop Qi Muguan. However, what made Yunxing even more curious was the power of the 9th chapter of the Di Hong song. What would it be like to be able to summon a divine weapon from the divine world? Yunxing, I'm very sorry. I can't teach you the 9th chapter of the Di Hong song. Yuan Bupe was in a difficult position when he heard Yunxing's question. In Yuan Bupe's heart, he really wanted to teach Yunxing the 9th chapter of the Di Hong song. However, after he entered the Di Hong ancient tomb, he swore that he would only teach the 9th chapter of the Di Hong song to the fated person. If Yuan Bupe were to reveal it, the Di Hong city's bloodline would face divine punishment. Since it concerned the people of Di Hong city, Yuan Bupe didn't dare to reveal the 9th chapter of the Di Hong song. Although Yunxing was a little disappointed, she didn't force it. Yuan Bupe's father, Yuan Buku, had once said that as long as she agreed to marry Yuan Bupe, she would be allowed to enter the Di Hong ancient tomb. However, Yunxing rejected him. Yunxing already had Yi Baiming in her heart. Hence, even if she knew that the 9th chapter of the Di Hong song contained a terrifying power, Yunxing could only give up. Yunxing, don't be sad. After I go back, I will beg my father again. As long as he agrees, you can enter the Di Hong ancient tomb. I believe that with your power of understanding, you will understand the Di Hong song better than me, Yuan Bupe told Yunxing. When she went to send Dong Huangling off, Elder Si Ming had already left. However, before Elder Si Ming left, she asked Yuan Bupe to tell Yunxing to go to Penglai. Knowing that Elder Si Ming wanted to invite her to Penglai, Yunxing wasn't surprised. Even if Elder Si Ming didn't ask, Yunxing planned to go to Penglai. When Ji Rumo died, he didn't have the Nether Ghost Key with him. She believed that he must have left the Nether Ghost Key in Penglai. After Yunxing said goodbye to Yuan Bupe and his sister, she then went to Penglai with Dollar and Popo. Not long after Yunxing, Dollar and the others left the Dutian blood world, the blood world seemed to have calmed down. In the chaotic area between the 8 Desolates continent and the Boundless continent, the third priest and a group of Bakra orcs returned in defeat. The third priest was furious as he stopped Green. Green, what happened? Why didn't you control that magician in the end? The third shaman and the people from the other major tribes had suffered many losses in this invasion. Almost all of the people from the Celestial Fox tribe were killed. Half of the people from the Green Nether Wolf tribe and the Behemoth tribe were also killed. Only the 9 Phoenix tribe and the D tribe were unharmed. The third priest was also injured by the strange demonic beast. This made the third priest, who was always concerned about his reputation, very angry. He attributed all of this to the fact that the 9 Phoenix tribe and the D tribe came too late. Moreover, the third priest saw clearly that at the last moment, when the blood seal was reconstructed, Green suddenly appeared. At that time, he clearly had the chance to capture the human magician who was reconstructing the Dutian blood seal. However, at the last moment, Green didn't make a move when facing the human magician. It was also because of Green's hesitation that the Dutian blood seal was reconstructed. Now, it was very difficult to break the Dutian blood seal's boundary and invade it on a large scale. The invasion failed and the fifth priest was confirmed dead. The third priest was inevitably angry. He knew that after returning to the Beast God altar this time, his position in the Beast God altar would plummet. Third priest, what right do you have to interrogate me? Don't forget that the 9 Phoenix tribe isn't a lower beast tribe that you can casually summon. Moreover, the reason why we failed this time was because you and the fifth priest couldn't gather the Chelan tribe and the Bash tribe. Green's face was as cold as ice. Although the Beast God altar was the highest existence in the 8 Desolates continent, to the other higher beast tribes, only the first priest of the Beast God altar was a real threat. After receiving the 9 Phoenix King Sarira's inheritance, Green didn't put the third priest in his eyes. His current mood was very bad. His reunion with Yunxing had just begun and it was already over. No one's feelings were more complicated than Green's. He did have the ability to control Gufeng at the last moment, but if he really did that, he would definitely fall out with Yunxing. But after the Dutian blood seal was reconstructed, Green regretted it even more. In the future, he would have fewer chances to see Yunxing. With such conflicting emotions, Green was even more disinclined to pay attention to the third priest and the others. Without another word, he led the 9 tribe away with a cold expression on his face. Third priest, farewell. Purple followed closely behind and left with the people of the D clan. Seeing that Green and Purple were ignoring the third priest, the remaining members of the other beast tribes also found excuses and left. Chapter 1093. 9 Phoenix Tribe. D Tribe. Good, very good. You dare to disobey me again and again. If I can obtain the power of faith of the Beast God, you won't dare to go against me. The third priest was furious. However, the third priest could only watch as Green and Purple left. He glared in the direction of the Dutian blood realm. Under the effect of the new Dutian blood seal, the Dutian blood realm's boundary had regained its stability. The blood realm, which was originally blood red, was now shrouded in the power of light that was as warm as the sun. The third priest knew that even if the high priest came personally, he might not be able to break the new boundary of the blood realm. However, the third priest did not give up. Humans, don't think that you have one. Just you wait. When the high priest obtains the power of the beast god, you will all fall into hell. The third priest's face revealed a sinister smile. His figure flashed and disappeared into the boundless chaos zone. The matter of the blood realm had come to an end because of the sacrifice of Gufeng and Ji Rumo. After parting with the Yuan siblings, Yunxing immediately rushed to Penglai. Yunxing had 2 purposes for going to Penglai. One was to return the broken heavenly fate mirror to Chang Si-ming. The other was to ask Chang Si-ming about the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key. After arriving at Penglai, Yunxing first went to the bottom of Penglai and found out about the Master of Molten Flame. The Master of Molten Flame told Yunxing that after the death of the first summoner of the Dharma Temple, the volcano seal had temporarily stabilized. In the next few years, he could ensure that there would not be any problems with the volcano seal. Lord Flame, I will leave Penglai under your protection for now. Ji Rumo's death is more or less related to me. I owe Penglai. In the future, if you discover any movements from the Bakra orcs, inform me immediately. Although the first summoner had already been eliminated, Yunxing still felt that whether it was the 8 Desolates tribe or the Beast God altar, they would definitely not give up on invading the boundless world so easily. Yunxing gave a few instructions to the Master of Molten Flame before heading to Penglai Island. At the port of Penglai Island, Yunxing accidentally met Chang Wei, a Warcraft businessman she met on the way to Penglai. Chang Wei is taking his family with him. He rents a ship and prepares to move away from Penglai. Since Yunxing subdued Anemone abyssalis, the waters of Penglai have become much more stable. It also became more convenient for fishermen and merchant ships to go out to sea. Isn't this Lord Prince Regent? What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. In order to avoid being noticed, Yunxing had already returned to her male disguise before arriving at Penglai. When Chang Wei saw Yunxing, he hurriedly walked forward and flattered her. The Emperor Zhao in Red and Ji Rumo of Penglai of Gojoseon's death had a huge impact on Penglai. The Zhao state had already been disbanded. Many citizens of Penglai had also moved away from Penglai to other places. The originally bustling Penglai suddenly looked a lot more desolate. The purpose of Chang Wei looking for Yunxing was to ask for a recommendation letter to move to Yujing of Zhou State. Uncle Chang, why do you want to move to Zhou State? As far as I know, the closest place to Penglai is Later Qin. Writing a recommendation letter was a piece of cake for Yunxing. However, Yunxing did not understand why Chang Wei wanted to move to Zhou State. He, Prince Regent, you don't know. After the Dutian bloodprint incident, the Dugu Emperor of Later Qin also disappeared. It is rumored that he colluded with the Black Kirin clan of the Bakra orcs. Later Qin is also in turmoil now. As for the other countries, Immortal Residence is the Kingdom of Elves, Prince Tang Yuan is incompetent, and Zhou State is more reliable. Not only me, but now most of the rich people in Penglai and some summoners want to go to Zhou State. Chang Wei also told Yunxing that a recommendation letter from Zhou State had now risen to as much as 10,000 purple coins in the market, and there was no supply. When Yunxing heard this, she and Dollar looked at each other. The decline of Penglai and Later Qin was a great opportunity for Zhou State. It was better to take this opportunity to win over the talents of Penglai and Later Qin, which was also a great help for Zhou State. Uncle Chang, don't worry. This is my warrant. You can gather some merchants and summoners from Penglai and go to Zhou State together. Someone will write a recommendation letter for you. Yunxing took this opportunity to bring a large number of merchants and summoners from Penglai to Zhou State. This also laid a solid foundation for Zhou State to become the strongest country on the boundless continent with the East Imperial Dynasty for the next few hundred years. After arranging Chang Wei's matter, Yunxing also found out that Elder Si Ming's people were in Zhou State. Elder Si Ming also publicly announced that he was the Emperor Zhao in Reds Jr. After the Zhao state was disbanded, Elder Si Ming had already taken some people into the temple to avoid unrest. After the death of the Emperor Zhao in Red, Elder Si Ming lost his beloved disciple. Their deaths were more or less related to Yunxing, so when Yunxing met Elder Si Ming, she was a little nervous. She was afraid that he would vent his anger on her. When Elder Si Ming saw Yunxing, his face was very calm. Elder Si Ming had already passed down most of his magic power to Gufeng. He now looked like an old man. He handed over most of the temple's affairs to Ji Rumos Jr., Rui. He would spend the rest of his life in Penglai. I was born in Penglai and I will die in Penglai. This is my destiny. Elder Si Ming's voice was calm. This wise old man had predicted the life and death of countless people in his life. When faced with his own life and death, he was very calm. I'm sure you already know why I asked you to come to Penglai. You have been looking for the Netherworld Ghost Key. Elder Si Ming took out a box and handed it to Yunxing. Yunxing opened the box. Inside the box was a black ancient key. There was also a letter on the key. The ink on the letter had already dried. This letter was written by Ji Rumo when he left Penglai. Rumo, that foolish child. He probably knew that he would not be able to escape this time. He had already arranged everything. Jing Axian Ling Long, that child has always been a transparent person. Only in terms of emotions, he was muddled once. It was also this time that caused him to end up like this. Elder Si Ming's face was filled with regret. Ji Romo was Elder Si Ming's proudest disciple. He had taught him everything he knew. But he did not expect that Ji Romo would end up with his mirror destroyed. Elder Si Ming sighed. Even so, he was still unwilling to accept the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Since the Heavenly Fate Mirror has been destroyed, there is no use in keeping it with me. I will give it to you. I believe that Romo will agree with me. Elder Si Ming waved his hand and asked Yunxing to leave. Chapter 1094. Although Chang Si-ming knew that everything that happened these days was predestined, he still couldn't get along with Yunxing and Dollar peacefully after knowing that they were both descendants of Ba Huang. Thank you, Chang Si-ming. Yunxing also saw through Chang Si-ming's thoughts. After saying goodbye, she left the Zhao state. After leaving the Zhao state, Yunxing couldn't wait to open Ji Romo's letter. Beside her, the golden Kailan Yi Baiming glanced at the letter and held back the jealousy in his heart. He proudly tucked his tail between his legs and lay on the side. It was undeniable that Yi Baiming still cared about Ji Romo a little bit. But unlike Du Guxiu, even though they were both rivals in love, Yi Baiming didn't hate Ji Romo or Xia Wenxiu. Ji Romo was a man that even the same sex couldn't hate. And Yi Baiming also knew that Ji Romo would always stay in Yunxing's heart. Anyway, a crush was a crush. His woman was beautiful and capable. It was normal for someone to have a crush on her. Besides, Ji Romo was a one-sided man. Mirror. Son. Or a one-sided man. Son. Of. Mirror. Son. He, Yi Baiming, was the regent of the great Zhou dynasty. Why would he be jealous of a broken mirror? While Yi Baiming was struggling on the side, Yunxing had already finished reading Ji Romo's letter. Ji Romo's letter was left behind when he left Penglai. It was as if he already knew the fate he was about to face. Therefore, in this letter, it was an absolute letter from him. The paper was very ordinary papyrus. On the letter, lines of elegant handwriting flowed like flowing water. Between the lines, it was also Ji Romo's usual tone. Yunxing seemed to see the humble and polite man who always had a smile on his face standing in front of her. He spoke tirelessly. To Yunxing. Yunxing, when you read this letter, I believe you already know my true identity. I'm the Heavenly Fate Mirror. I'm sorry I haven't been able to tell you the truth. As one of the 8 Desolation Divine Artifacts, my fate was sealed the moment I was created to protect the boundless world. Don't feel guilty about my death. Compared to living without any feelings, I'd rather die in a special way. At least that way, I can live in your heart forever. After I die, I only have one request. I hope you can keep me by your side. Perhaps one day, you'll be able to repair the Heavenly Mandate Mirror. Perhaps then, we'll meet again. Before I die, I'll leave a light soul power in your body. That's a type of soul power left behind in my body. I'm sorry, but I've secretly checked your Dharma soul before. You have 5 Dharma souls, but you're missing a light Dharma soul. If you cultivate this soul power properly, it can purify your Dharma soul and breed a new light Dharma soul. In the soul power, there's still some of my experience on light magic and fusion magic. Perhaps it'll be of help to your magic cultivation. I'll also leave the Netherworld Ghost Key to you. It's the only way to help your mother recover her memories. Your mother, Hu Jiuxing, lost her memories because the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Fang, used the heart distress lamp to extract a strand of her soul. This strand of her soul has always been kept in the heart distress lamp. If you want her to recover her memories, you have to find the heart distress lamp. From what I know, the heart distress lamp has always been in the hands of the Netherworld Ghost King. The Emperor Zao in red and the Netherworld Ghost King have some sort of relationship. It's very likely that the two of them made an agreement to extract a strand of your mother's soul. The Netherworld Ghost Key is an item from the Netherworld. Normal people can't use it easily. Otherwise, if it's not used properly, it'll contaminate a person's Dharma soul, causing them to fall into the path of darkness and become a dark magician. The pink demonic beast beside you should have some sort of divine power hidden in its body. If you insist on finding your mother's whereabouts, give it the Netherworld Ghost Key. I believe it'll be immune to the Netherworld Ghost Key's influence. However, promise me that you won't look for the Netherworld Ghost King before you're strong enough. The Netherworld Ghost King's strength is very strong. He's already a godlike existence. His true strength is even stronger than the 8 desolate artifacts combined. Finally, I hope you and the North Underworld King can grow old together. Rumo, farewell. After reading the letter, Yunxing closed it and didn't speak for a long time. Yunxing looked at the box again and saw the Netherworld Ghost Key that she had obtained with great difficulty. The Netherworld Ghost Key was ice cold in her hand. It looked very ordinary. It didn't have any magical power or anything strange about it. It seemed like Rumo was right. This key could only be used if it was given to baby sheep. She then took out the Broken Heavens Mandate mirror from the beast language ring. The cracks on the mirror blurred the figure in the mirror. In the end, she still owed Rumo. This man, even at the moment of his death, was still thinking for her. He left behind the Netherworld Ghost Key, which was the most important thing to Yunxing, and the method to save her mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, this method was very difficult to implement. After letting out a faint sigh, Yunxing didn't forget Rumo's last words in the letter. Right, light soul power. Yunxing then remembered that before Rumo reflected He Yao's third inheritance, he had injected a strand of magical power into her forehead. At that time, Yunxing didn't pay too much attention to it. She only knew that the strand of magical power had quickly melted into her body. Yunxing touched her forehead and realized that the spot where Rumo had injected his light soul power was right on top of her karmic firebrand. She hurriedly checked her Dharma soul and discovered that a crack had appeared on her 5-elemental Dharma soul at some point in time. That crack seemed to show signs of expanding. It contained the light soul power that Rumo had mentioned. The strand of light power that Rumo had injected into Yunxing's mind at the last moment was the last of his light power. It was also the essence of his life's magical power. It even contained a few unique spells that Rumo had mastered. Soul power. This term was still very unfamiliar to Yunxing. However, it wasn't a mystery to Rumo, who came from the Temple of Sorcerers. Extracting soul power was a special spell of the Temple of Sorcerers. It wasn't something that every sorcerer could do. Only a small number of sorcerers from the Temple of Sorcerers who had broken through to the realm of sorcerers could successfully cultivate a part of their Dharma soul into soul power. This type of soul power was considered the essence of a sorcerer's cultivation. It was very similar to the Beast King Sarira that the 8 leaders of the Bakra orcs had left behind in the Beast King's Tomb of the 8 Wilderness. Soul power was initially only used for passing down the legacy. It was like every sorcerer from the Temple of Sorcerers would leave their last strand of soul power to the next sorcerer before they died. Those who obtained soul power could not only increase their cultivation, but also obtain some special spells and memories of the previous sorcerer. Chapter 1095. In the Dharma Temple, Rumo was not the only one who could cultivate soul power. At the same time, as a Dharma god, Elder Si Ming had also cultivated soul power before. When he was in the Dutian bloodprint, Elder Si-Ming decided to transfer his soul power to Gufing in the form of soul power in order to increase the chances of Gufing forming a new bloodprint. However, Elder Si-Ming only passed on his soul power to Gufing. He kept his memories of magic and did not pass on any other form of magic to Gufing. The reason why Elder Si-Ming did this, other than being selfish, was because he considered that Gufing was not a member of the Dharma Temple. Although Gufing was temporarily sealed in the blood world because of the Dutian bloodprint, it was hard to guarantee that he would not reappear one day. He was also a member of the magic elite camp on the continent. Therefore, Elder Si-Ming still kept some of his soul power. In comparison, Ji Romo's soul power inheritance to Yunxing was much more selfless. In this world, the most selfless feelings, other than the love between parents and children, were one-sided love. Ji Romo had been in love with Yunxing for many years. His feelings for Yunxing were more like a form of dedication. As for whether soul power could eventually form a Dharma soul, there was still no conclusion on the continent. Ji Romo also knew that it was risky to leave the power of light in Yunxing's Dharma soul. Because light's soul power was incomparably pure, correspondingly, it required the other party's soul to be equally pure. Ji Romo was taking a risk, but at the last moment, he had no other choice. In the soul power inheritance that he gave to Yunxing, he even left his memories of magic and the purest light Dharma soul power to Yunxing. This was like leaving a light Dharma soul seed in Yunxing's body. If Yunxing could slowly assimilate this trace of light Dharma soul, she could very well become the first person in the boundless continent to possess a six-elemental Dharma soul. However, this was only Ji Romo's bold assumption. The cultivation of light magic was one of the most difficult in the entire magic system. Whether or not Yunxing could truly fuse Ji Romo's soul power into her own soul power still required a period of time. As for whether or not she could become a top-notch mage like Ji Romo, that was still unknown. No matter what, since Yunxing had obtained Ji Romo's soul power inheritance, she planned to go into closed-door cultivation once the matters at hand were settled. She wanted to integrate with Ji Romo's soul power as soon as possible. This wisp of seemingly unremarkable light soul power obediently stayed in Yunxing's magic soul. Compared to the other fire, water, earth, wind, and darkness magic souls, this wisp of light soul power was so weak that it seemed like it would be devoured at any time. Yunxing collected her thoughts. The main purpose of her trip was still the Netherworld Ghost Key. Yunxing did not forget the legend of the Netherworld Ghost Key. As long as one obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key, they would be able to summon the Netherworld Ghost King. Even though Yunxing was protected by the karmic fire of the fairies, the Netherworld Ghost Key felt cold in her hand. Just by touching it with her hand, she felt a stinging chill, as if there was something bad in the key that could seep into her body at any time. It was also thanks to Ji Romo's reminder in the letter. Otherwise, Yunxing would have used the Netherworld Ghost Key directly. Although she did not know if the Netherworld Ghost Key was like the legend, where the user would fall into the path of darkness and become a dark mage, Yunxing still decided not to take the risk. Bobo, take a look. Can you use the Netherworld Ghost Key to enter the Netherworld? Yunxing cautiously summoned Bobo Sheep and handed the Netherworld Ghost Key to Bobo Sheep. When Bobo Sheep saw the Netherworld Ghost Key, it curled its lips and looked uninterested. Bobo. Bobo. Dearest Master, this Netherworld Ghost Key is the only way to enter the Netherworld. Don't tell me you want to go to the Netherworld. That kind of godforsaken place. Bobo does not want to go. Bobo Sheep spoke as if it was facing a great enemy. Yunxing had known Bobo Sheep for so long, but this was the first time she was so against going to a place. If it was in the past, Bobo Sheep would definitely say, with this world god here, everything will be fine. It seemed that this so-called Netherworld must be a very dangerous place. If you don't want to go, then pluck all your wool. Yunxing's face was serious. Bobo, heads can be broken and blood can flow, but wool cannot be plucked. If you want to go, then go. But dearest master, why must you go to the netherworld? That place is very scary. It is full of bad people. Compared to the people in the netherworld, the Bakra orcs are simply good people. Bobo's sheep was poked in its sore spot by Yunxing, so it could only droop its wings and helplessly compromise. Is the netherworld really that scary? Even you can't pass through it directly. Yunxing's knowledge of the netherworld was very limited. The only person she had come into contact with from the netherworld was the netherworld Ghost King. In her impression, the netherworld Ghost King was handsome, evil, mysterious, and had a strange temperament. She didn't know what kind of situation the netherworld was in with such a person. Bobo, the netherworld's environment is very bad. The people living there are ghosts who have died unjustly. There are also some humans and magical beasts who have been exiled for committing all kinds of evil. Bobo's sheep had actually never been to the netherworld. It told Yunxing that between world gods, it was just like between beast kings and beast kings, or between countries on the boundless continent. They all had a strong sense of territory. Generally speaking, world gods of the mortal world would not go to the netherworld. If a world god of a world rashly entered another world, it would be like invading another country's territory. If it was light, it would lead to a fight. If it was heavy, it would lead to a world war. Oh, so Bobo, you are not willing to go to the netherworld because you are afraid of the world gods of the netherworld. Or is it that the world gods of the netherworld are so powerful that even you can't deal with them? Yunxing knew Bobo's temper. To deal with Bobo, provocation was the only way. Bobo. Who would be afraid of that super perverted, ugly, and shameless world god of the netherworld? Bobo, I can crush him to death with a single hair. When Bobo's sheep mentioned the world gods of the netherworld, the hair on its body stood up as if it had been electrocuted. Its eyes, which were as big as black beans, squeaked, and almost shot out angry sparks. Even though Bobo's sheep had a confident look, Yunxing knew from its eyes that this fellow was lying. Shouldn't the world gods of the netherworld be your senior? Yunxing decided not to expose Bobo's lie. It was better to get some information about the world gods of the netherworld from Bobo's sheep's mouth first. After all, if they really went to the netherworld, it would be someone else's territory. It was better to be careful. But Yunxing was also very puzzled. In her opinion, since they were both world gods, then Bobo's sheep and the world gods of the netherworld should also be companions. Or at least, the relationship between them should be senior and junior. Why was it that when Bobo's sheep heard about the world gods of the netherworld, it had a disgusted look as if the other party had dug up its ancestral grave? Chapter 1096. Who would have known that it would have been better if Yunxing hadn't mentioned it, but the moment Yunxing mentioned the word senior, Bobo's sheep didn't hold back at all. He activated his verbal cannon mode and started cursing. Bobo, how is he this world god senior? He is not even qualified to carry this world god's shoes. Besides, this world god is his senior sister. He entered the world god later than this world god. He is the youngest one. That bad guy, he is obviously a junior, but he always has an iceberg face. The most shameless thing is that he became a world god before this world god. What talent, what young and promising, that venomous, rude and arrogant smelly fart god. If this world god sees him, I will beat him up every time I see him. After beating his chest, I will beat his back. Bobo's sheep was so angry that his wings trembled. It was only then that Yunxing understood. It turned out that baby sheep was upset that the other party had become a world deity before him. Hearing Bobo's sheep's words, Yunxing was even more curious about Bobo's sheep's junior brother. After Bobo's sheep finished complaining, he calmed down a little and rolled his eyes. "Dearest master, it seems that you have to go to the underworld. However, if you really want to go to the underworld, you should first increase your strength a little. At least reach the level of magic god or integrate with the light magic of that mirror. It will not be too late to go then. Light magic has a certain degree of destructive power to the people or magic beasts of the underworld." He blinked his eyes. Bobo Sheep actually had another unspoken sentence in his heart. If he really wanted to go to the underworld, he should at least increase his strength a little. Otherwise, if he accidentally met that smelly underworld god, he would definitely be ridiculed to death. Besides, Bobo Sheep thought that if his master really wanted to become a magic god, it would still take a long time. During this time, he must coax and pester the Chilan boy to find more king-level magic beast soul stones to increase his cultivation. Yunxing did not have any objections to Bobo Sheep's suggestion. "I will listen to you. When will we set off for the underworld?" "We will go to Taiyuan Mountain first to see Mother and then make a long-term plan." Yunxing also had some hesitation in her heart. Based on her understanding of baby sheep, although this fellow was usually useless, he was quite reliable. If it said that the underworld was dangerous, then the journey to the underworld would not be easy. Yunxing decided to check on her mother, Hu Jiuxing, first. Yunxing left Penglai with baby sheep and Yi Baiming and returned to Mount Taiyuan. During the period when Yunxing went to Penglai, Yun Songhai and Hu Jiuxing had been living in seclusion in Mount Taiyuan. Under Yun Ba's management, Taiyuan Mountain had changed from a barren mountain to a lush green. The news of the Emperor Zhao in Red's death and the formation of the new Dutian blood seal had already reached Taiyuan Mountain through Yun Songhai. When Yun Songhai saw that his daughter, Yun Xing, had returned safely, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. "Father, how is Mother these days?" Yun Xing only looked at Yun Songhai and then looked at his appearance. Seeing that her father looked a lot thinner these days, she faintly felt that something was wrong. "Xing, it's good that you're back. Your mother's situation is not good. I didn't let anyone inform you earlier." Yun Songhai sighed. A while ago, Yun Sheng was in the Dutian blood world. After Yun Songhai learned about the crisis of the Dutian blood seal, he knew that his daughter could not be distracted. So, he had not told Yun Xing about Hu Jiuxing's recent situation. Now that the crisis of the Dutian blood seal had been resolved, he told Yun Xing about Hu Jiuxing's changes in the past few days. When they were in Penglai, when the family of three was separated, Hu Jiuxing was still relatively quiet under the control of the corpse puppet technique. Before Yunxing left, she gave a few heart crystals to her father, Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai used the heart crystals to control Hu Jiuxing normally in the first few days. Most of the time, Hu Jiuxing was like a well-behaved child. Under the control of the heart crystals, she liked to pester Yun Songhai. The couple also returned to the harmonious scene when they were in love in the past. Yun Songhai even thought that as long as Hu Jiuxing's situation did not worsen, even if she did not remember him, he was willing to accompany her until they were old. However, the good times did not last long. Hu Jiuxing suddenly fell into a coma overnight. Her coma this time came fiercely without any warning. No matter how Yun Songhai called her, she could not hear him and did not wake up again. Yun Songhai only found out later that when Hu Jiuxing fell into a coma, the Emperor Zhao in Red was killed. Yun Songhai used all kinds of methods, and even invited a few national experts over, but not a single one of them was able to find the real reason why Hu Jiuxing was unconscious. Yun Songhai had no choice but to wait on Hu Jiuxing's bed all day long, without wearing any clothes. He waited for his daughter, Yun Xing, to come. When Yun Xing heard this, she hurriedly went forward to check on Hu Jiuxing's situation. On the sickbed, her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was lying quietly. She had neither external nor internal injuries. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she was on the verge of death. Her complexion was waxy yellow, and she looked much thinner than when she met Yunxing in Penglai. Beside Hu Jiuxing's sickbed stood the national master of medicine and others who were invited. Yunxing, I'm very sorry. I can't do anything about your mother's condition. You still have to do it yourself. She looked at Yunxing apologetically. Yun Songhai had already placed all his hopes on Yunxing. In the current boundless continent, if even Yunxing could not find out Hu Jiuxing's condition, no one would be able to save her. After Yunxing checked, she muttered to herself. Xing can you tell what's wrong with your mother? Just tell me. I can bear it. Yun Songhai's eyes were full of anxiety. His eyes were glued to Hu Jiuxing's face. If he could, he really wanted to bear this pain for his wife. When Yunxing saw his expression, she could not help but feel a little sad. From the moment Yunxing was born, she had already regarded Yun Songhai as her father, and Hu Jiuxing as her mother. Only Yunxing knew how deep Yun Songhai's love for Hu Jiuxing was in this half of his life. The couple's relationship had been bumpy. Over the years, they had been separated several times and had never been able to live a good life together. She had thought that the couple would be able to reunite after the Emperor Zhao in Red died. She did not expect that Hu Jiuxing would become like this again. Yunxing had already made up her mind. No matter what, she had to save her mother and let her father and mother be together. After Yunxing checked, the general result was the same as that of Yao Daguoshu and the others. Hu Jiuxing did not have any illness. It seemed that using ordinary medical methods would not be able to directly identify the cause of Hu Jiuxing's coma. Yunxing did not give up. Her eyes changed and turned golden. She placed her hand on Hu Jiuxing's hand. Between her fingers, a dark needle force was forced into Hu Jiuxing's body. The dark needle quickly moved around in Hu Jiuxing's body.